All right, we're live. Yes. All right, cool.
Concurrent viewers.
Me. I think I'm my
2.
own concurrent viewer. Oh, I've been actually getting a little bit more views off the bat lately,
Nice.
which is kind of nice. All right. What's going on, guys? So, welcome to our second day video. Man, I need to do something like this, I feel like, but like less because they're all the same.
Yeah.
But like, something like this, I feel like, because
Pretty
mine is like
consistent.
nothing. Mine doesn't have anything. So,
Yeah.
but I should make one because it's easy. I can make a really nice one and just keep it constant.
Yeah, let's do that then.
All right. What's up, guys? Today's January 27th. Unfortunately, yesterday we had one of the worst tragedies of 2020 or period, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty fucking awful.
2020, yeah.
2020. Mr. Kobe Bryant fortunately passed in a helicopter. It shook us pretty hard, and I don't even watch basketball.
Yeah.
And I'm like internally just disrupted by it. It's really off-putting.
Just watching all the reactions of all the NBA coaches.
I haven't even watched those. I can't. There's
Yeah.
no way. Think about like what Vanessa is going through.
I know.
Fucking Gigi. It was just one of the worst things ever. So
Oh, where did Apple puts?
we are.
Yeah.
Isn't Apple like down a fuck ton?
Dude.
By the way, still
Yeah.
respect. I don't mean to fucking switch topics. What? What's going on? Oh, yeah. Okay, Jesus. What are strikes on those Apple?
Dude, 317 to 310. Our strikes are like 280.
Okay.
But
Those are out. We got 3 weeks on those.
we got
2 weeks?
in February, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, February's coming soon. February 7th or... Because then it's 2 weeks. Okay, alright, so help me. So, alright, so guys, we fixed up the room a little bit more. I'm gonna put up a video of what it looks like on my Instagram. But, yeah, follow me at Koenig's Guild. I'm trying to think about how we can put it. I could put up Benzinga. I don't know, though.
Yeah, I can make an account.
Oh, could you? Then I can just log in real quick and do it. Is it quick on the news?
Yeah. Also, you get option sweeps.
This is
Right?
true. Yeah.
You can see what the big money's doing now.
Right.
Because
Right.
like, everyone big is gonna be scared,
Right.
or maybe not. But people.
Well,
will
if
follow.
this stuff is probably shaking people out a lot, actually.
Yeah.
All right. So then I don't want the new analyst reactions. Citigroup profit. I mean, I don't know. I like the TD News actually.
Yeah, I just find that it's kind of slow.
Is it delayed? I feel like I've noticed that.
I've
actually.
noticed that it moves. I mean, the move will happen, but it's about 5 to 8 minutes after TD actually releases something.
Mhm. Okay, so
And
there's
that's
no.
enough
Yeah, I don't want to.
to,
That's
like-
too long.
that's
That's
enough.
already too long. Yeah.
That's enough to like.
Okay.
Let's
You guys can't tell. I'm just playing around with some different stuff right now. Market's coming down. I'm in gold, and that's up. We're in Apple puts. That's coming up probably.
Yeah.
What else are we in?
240, 235.
Disney puts, right? Are those
Right.
Disney puts?
They are.
They expired this week. That I know. Holy fuck.
No, we're in Disney calls.
We're in calls.
Yeah, those are gone.
Weren't we up on those? No, we were never up
No,
on these because
no.
Disney's been coming down.
Yeah.
Alright, so Apple.
So
Apple's.
we have till February 21st.
Mm-hmm. All right, the TLT's probably gonna come up today.
So then we have 3 weeks on this actually.
Okay, we have 3 weeks on Apple puts.
Mhm.
Hey, if the whole market starts to dip into the decline, well, actually, if the whole market comes down, we're gonna have to come into a play.
Yeah.
All right, Josh doesn't have a live stream right now. Maybe he's taking a break. One of these days, I just want to be like, yo, guys, if Josh isn't playing, come to mine. He's got a lot.
Baba is down.
He does
60%.
this every time. But it's like a default thing, right? He just changes the wording.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. Either way, cool. Let's do this. All right, let me get a Benzinga then.
Baba is stagnant around 200 though, right now.
It is.
Friday it was 212.
Stagnant around where? Start your free trial.
No, it's just finding support at 200.
All right, time to make an email. Bing.
Oh, my bad.
So good.
Bing bong. Nice.
Yeah. Big phone number.
Folks, this is how you get free accounts. I guess. I don't know.
Most of our money goes into other stuff.
Yeah, before we
But
make any
eventually.
plays, all these things are going to be overpriced. So we kind of have to wait.
Yeah, we're gonna experience quite a bit of a.
How's Amazon reacting? It is reacting.
Is it market reacting downwards?
Yeah. These things have loaded. These sides. Do you know how to stop this?
Hmm.
You just press enter again.
No. Benzinga. Aren't there Benzinga alerts on our thing?
Kind of.
Are they any good?
Only if you ask for it.
Oh, okay.
So no.
Is it Benzinga or Bazinga? It's Benzinga.
Benzene.
Oh, I gotta look up the pro. They got me. Because I was supposed to put in a phone number. A working phone number. Cool. Nice. Thanks. Register. Can I save it? Six four
Right
six.
click.
That's fine. Let's type it in. 646.
765.
Yeah. Alright, let me come up with another US. No, hopefully this one isn't in US. Probably is though. 347233. Both of them are in use.
Jeez.
Guess we're not that smart. How long is the trial?
I don't know. Not long. Like a week. Wait, what about like?
Yeah, I was thinking that. How often can we switch those numbers out?
Pretty often.
Alright, let's do that.
Okay. Nice.
Alright, we got it for the day. Do you know how to set up the thing?
The Benzinga?
Yeah.
No. Damito.
I'll change your number already.
Yeah.
If we can switch them out often, then that's really useful.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
need to verify again?
No, this is the other thing. I want to be able to log out of this. I guess we can use this again in 3 weeks. Unless it just forgets it, which would be better. Oops, I almost live streamed that. Sorry guys. Okay, so what we've been doing is we've been setting up the double screen. So I'll actually show you guys what it looks like because, you know, there's so many of you and you guys are all lonely and bored. So, might as well, right? Alright, here, let me just turn it on. There you go. Now you guys can see, this is this one. And you can't actually, so I'm going to change the display input so you can see the display too. And so that's what our other screen looks like. So this is our Benzinga. And so this is my option chain. This is the news. I'm going to build up the workspace real quick just so I can, you know, have something to look at. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. But I'm going to keep it on display 1. But I'm going to actually turn on window capture because I think I like keeping you on this screen. Nothing here. Stock market live is not live. Is Josh ever sleeping?
Maybe there's no message sent out.
Okay. Do you want me to look for breakouts? Like a breakout workspace?
Sure. Yeah. That.
Alright, options spiking. Alright, cool. News feed.
I'm gonna release my number.
Your what?
My number.
Yeah. Release it and then change it. We'll create a new one in like a week. I need to write down that number though that I just got.
For me?
Yeah, cause I'm not gonna remember the email we use for it. I might already not remember it. Okay. So. Alright, cool. Sometimes I gotta check, make sure it's not streaming anything I don't want it to stream.
Nice. Got a new phone number. It was very easy.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one is that?
It's text now.
Text now. Second line or text now?
Text now.
So glad I did that way back when.
Are you sure you're not streaming?
Yeah, I'm sure
Okay,
of it.
good.
If you look, it's showing us. I know, right? It's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, he has his socials up right now. So,
I do. You guys want to see my social? Yeah. That would have been so bad. Did you hear that thing that reporter said? She said
no.
he used to play for about Kobe. She was like he used to play for the Lakers, but she was trying to say that, but she actually said Knickers.
Really?
Yeah, but I think a lot of people thought she was being racist, but I actually think that she was trying to say the Knicks. She was gonna say the Knicks,
Oh,
and then she was like Lakers, Nick, and then she was like Nick. And then remember that whole thing that was like, "Are you fucking sorry?"
Yeah, yeah.
Like I'm fucking sorry, and are you okay? And
Yeah.
she mixed them, so I think she did the same thing. Poor girl. I don't need to walk through right now. The market's open. Okay, so what do we know? Oh, by the way, I think you might like this.
Okay.
You see?
Okay. Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know if I like this more.
I do like that a lot,
Really? Then I'm gonna have to adjust it.
but I don't know how you're gonna adjust that. You can fit so many more though,
I
right?
feel like you could, yeah. My voice got so high. I feel like you could.
Yo.
Oh, fuck yeah. We just got an alert that gold hit high, new highs.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking genius.
Yes.
Alright, let me check it out. Alright, let me get that going.
Oh yeah, it's above this for sure. Yeah. There's a breakout.
How do I skip this? Yeah, this is actually really good. Maybe I'll just keep the news feed up, and if I need it, I can just switch into it.
So above 50, it'll just go.
Above 50, it should run. Only
Yeah.
if the
What's your
market
strike?
doesn't. My strike is 153, but I have.
No
I have,
way.
Yeah. I'm pretty close in there.
Jesus.
But I have until like February 7th, so I've got 2 weeks on it.
Oh my god, what are the in the monies like?
They're like kind of expensive, actually. I'll show you. They're
$1?
Like $1. But
Okay.
I bought it for 30.
Right.
So it's 300% if it makes. So that's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Should have bought more, or I can buy more actually. I'm not limited right now. I'll make sure this is good. I don't want to get a bunch of like bullshit stocks here though, because I feel like that's my concern is that I'm just gonna get a bunch of stocks like spiking, and I don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't care about like most of these. Does anyone?
Yo,
What's up?
this is the biggest gap we've had in a while.
On what? SPY?
Yeah.
Like gap down?
Yeah.
I
This
believe
is
it.
120. This is okay. This is akin to this. This is similar to this. This gap.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What was the reaction into going into it? If today closes down, it'll gap back up.
Maybe. I
You
don't
can
know.
sell credit spreads on that.
But here, like,
Oh Jesus!
right? But like
We're gonna see a dip.
here, well, this is where SPY's at right now.
Do you want to do
This
Fibonacci's?
spot. Yeah, we could.
Okay, yeah. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me take a look at what you're saying. Okay, so
25.
we're here, right?
Yeah, 23 is where we're around.
We're on 23.
Yes.
That's fucking huge.
Yeah, it's a big gap. It's one of the that's like very similar to this. That's a pretty big gap.
How big was this? This was a percentage doesn't exactly line up, but it's like
$4, $5.
four
This
one
is
and a
around
half
$4.
percent. Yeah, if it's actually the points are what I care about right
Yeah,
now, right?
yeah.
So we got about 4 points, 5 points here, so it's about the same.
Yeah.
It's got more to lose now, so that's the percentage is almost roughly the same. We got
Yeah.
4 minutes to market open. What kind of news feed do you want up here? Because I feel like these spikings and stuff isn't gonna fly.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh, there's a news monitor. I'll do, I guess, options alert.
Oh, dude, set this line.
Which one?
Set this line. From this point, these bottom.
Okay,
points.
okay, sure. Do you do it based on wicks or do you do it on
Just the end of the wick.
like that?
Yeah.
Holy Jesus!
Well, not even that actually. Because like it has to be.
Because we're under, right? Oh, on the bottom of that way?
Yeah.
Alright, so let me try that again.
So we still have some room to.
What's the angle on this? 26 degrees. That was actually what our angle was before into our original drop, right?
Yeah.
I need more than a week right now.
What are the 315 spot? I mean, damn, dude. Josh got 100 of 1 cents.
We should get those. They're not expensive yet, I don't think. How long does he have on them?
I don't know.
Alright, I got option alerts up and I want to put newswire up. Alright, cool. Here we go. Now we got news. These are all random stocks, though. The only annoying thing about this is like every 7 days we're gonna have to come up with a new account. And then we have to change it again. Unless you can like create a shareable link, kind of like TD. Alright, 2 minutes still open, boys. I don't think Josh is still up yet.
He has February 21, 292, and 289 puts.
$5G is
Do you know sorted by Neo? Is anyone commenting?
yeah, maybe.
13 minutes ago? My bad.
Making the comment. Maybe you'll get it something, I don't know. I'll pop out the chat just in case someone shows up. Just in case, you know what it is. Unless he's like already started. I feel like in the time that I did that, he started streaming.
Alright, market open, I think, right now.
Market open?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here you go.
2 seconds before SPY is going.
Alright, we're open.
SPY is dropping.
Alright, y'all. Let's do this. Spy's dropping?
Yeah.
Alright. What do we got? Holy shit, that's a lot of news.
How's your gold doing?
My goal, let me check. GLD.
Yeah, already 50 cents.
Oh yeah, it's pushing. Let me see what it's at right now. So my goal
13.
45. Holy fuck.
That's 50%.
Yeah, it's 50%. Made 50% over the last 2 days, so that's a lot. Yeah, okay, so what news are we getting? We're getting Exxon sweeps, no news about China. Hope we get a let's see what's going on here. Trying to see.
5G is ready to roll.
I keep getting this ad.
We are break even now.
On what?
on
On our Apple
on
puts?
Apple, yeah.
That's fun. Yeah.
But Jesus, these. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. He's still not live.
McDonald's.
So-
BA.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take his place today if I possibly can.
So UAL, right?
Yeah, UAL is kind of coming down. NEE 52-week high. These are therapeutics companies. Amazon's coming down.
Dude,
Shop
UAL is at the bottom. You have to take care of that.
Dude, the TLT gapped really hard. My gold is coming down. Is market coming up right now? You should zoom in on the
Netflix
on that
is,
charts.
Netflix is going actually up. Netflix is going up.
Netflix is going up.
Kind
Yeah, he's still not live. So let me see if I can pull up the stream somehow. How do I fucking do that?
Introducing Zeba, the world's first hands-free sneaker built for comfort. You heard that correct?
AMD options alert. February 7th, 45 puts at the bid 500. Whoa, fuck, that's a lot. 500 puts at the bid. That's $50,000. Is that right? $100 times 500. Yeah, that's $50,000. 45 puts.
Damn, $50,000. Cool.
It's a lot. I don't want to put it on this stream. I'll delete this as soon as. All right.
Yeah, these shits are actually going up.
Which ones?
Apple?
Apple puts?
Yeah.
How much? What's the percent gain on it today?
166.
That's pretty fucking good. When were we supposed to reprice it in? Like re-enter? Were we gonna consider?
Were we thinking of it? No.
I don't think so, but we should have, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was unlikely too. That
Yeah.
was another problem.
Yeah.
Amazon's making a kind of a run. Amazon could fill the gap today. If you break 1834 on Amazon.
Yeah. Alright, so for plays like these, we
Yeah.
can't keep on moving around, kind
No.
of, because we never.
We have to
really
wait. We have to wait because it's too early. Like the market's just opening. We're gonna see a lot of reactions. So we just need to kind of.
But also, we need to set our price levels on.
Okay.
On.
on each thing.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
do that then. Our thing's gonna blow the fuck up though.
Not on each thing, but like actual levels that, if it goes down,
Mm-hmm.
you know, execute.
Sure. All right, then I'll set those alerts. Right.
Right, so a lot of things are bouncing right now.
Yeah, and Josh is still not live. So let me go ahead and build these alerts then. So if we break, all right, so we're here. So 1848 is a little high, but if we break the 1845, that's when we can start seeing a run up until 1860 possibly. So we create that alert, at or above. I should do a lower bound, right? 1815. That's a huge fucking margin. Where's the alert? Oh, there it is. I need to set up my hotkeys, honestly. I think it'll be better if I start getting those. Alright, I'm gonna move over to this computer and real quick just start setting up these things. JP Morgan is taking off right now. JP Morgan might fill the gap actually to 132.
A lot of things are filling gaps right now.
Huh?
A lot of things are filling gaps, except for UAL.
UAL's not filling?
Yeah.
JPM.
So everything is bouncing except for UAL and UNH.
Alright, let me set up alerts for. I think JPM is a pretty easy thing if you want to take it. There's a call sweep on AT&T 39.5 call sweep, 1,034 at 25 for the earnings. Second call sweep for AMD, 509 at $2.71. So it's 200. Yeah, this is a call sweep.
Dude, you have to look at UAL.
JPM is alright. Yeah, let me look. Let me see. The daily.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, we're being a little too rushed. Let's chill.
Yeah. Is that a perfect spot?
Oh yeah, it is. Are you thinking a break or a reversal?
I don't know.
or both. You could play both fairly easily.
Thing is, you have
Just
to
do
keep in track.
a spread.
Earnings just happened, so this will just add to the
Add to
continuation.
There's 3 people live, apparently. Yo, if you guys are on, say hi. What's going on? You guys any questions or anything like that? Apparently there's 3 people. I can't see them.
Are 2 of them you?
No, I hope that 2 of them aren't me. Josh is still not streaming. I've been waiting for it, but it's not coming up. Because usually what I do is I kind of have his on while I have mine on. So I hope none of the watchings are me. That's kind of weird. But yeah, so we're live trading right now. We have a bunch of charts out in front of us. We have this chart in front of us right now. So I'll do all my trades. You'll see them all in front of me. So stuff like that. So if you guys have any questions, just say it in the live chat. I'm here. I can see it right in front of me. So what's good, guys? Okay, so you're watching Intel? Alright, let's take a look. Oh wait, what the hell? It's INTC, my bad. Alright, yeah, so Intel had earnings and we played that, right?
Yeah.
So it's flat right now. We closed, we gapped down, just like the rest of the market. What are you thinking about it? I'll set up a level, so if it breaks the 66.55 for example.
Technically, this is all a gap fill downwards, right?
For Intel, yeah.
Yeah, look at that level over there on the left hand on the 15.
Sure.
Do you see that? Yeah, just a little bit lower than that.
Right here?
Yeah, where the bottom is.
Oh, right here, right here.
There.
Yeah, this gap fill because it's this whole thing. So
Yeah,
once you break. So hey, Cameron, if you're still here, you see this level right here on Intel. So if it can manage to break the 66.11 mark, you could potentially see a gap fill to here because if you look at the daily chart, we opened up here, and I was thinking about this because I held it to here. My position went up like 300% on this. So all the positions on the options moved up quite a bit here, and we got pulled back on this wick, right? You have a 67, 30, 20 might still have. Are you in calls right now?
67. Yeah, probably calls.
You're probably in calls, right? So I would say maybe you could. So this gap fill is not going to happen in a day if it does, but you could flip that position into a put side, maybe if it kind of holds. But if it bounces off this thing, which it very well could do as well, if it bounces around this area, I would say 66 is the most solid point of entry because another thing is this massive jump up right here. This is contingent on about a 50% change. So for example, your support is here, but we also have a support at the 50% mark of this thing. We use Fibonacci's to determine kind of where. And so here, if it breaks around 66 is probably a good place because it's a psychological number, but around this 50% mark was where you'd probably really see a gap fill happen over the next few days.
Also, we are not your financial.
Oh, right, yeah. We're not your financial advisors. I'm just giving you information on what I think could be true. I don't know how to say it as fast as he does, so that's kind of rough. But yeah, so that's
our
what it is.
opinion.
That's our opinion. You obviously, if you have a different one, it's all good. Let us know what it is, what you're thinking. I would say that you're up on that, right? Currently.
It's probably a hold. So now.
If it's a hold
Since the earnings, right?
Mm-hmm. So 320, but he's holding it. He's got March on it. You know what I mean?
Oh, March.
So he's already in the money.
67.
Well, not as of right now. He's not. He
Yeah.
was in the money a few days ago. So let me actually take a look at the technicals. I can actually tell you. So if you look at this thing, we got this gap fill. The gap fill is the problem because it's because this doji is too attracted to the gap fill, right here.
Yeah.
We're starting to see that it could actually come back down to 63. I do think, though, because I watched the report, and they did perform pretty well. So that's another thing, is because their performance was really good, and so they did beat their expectations, and I believe that their guidance was higher, despite, AMD's experience, AMD's been doing really well right now as well. It was moving in the money, 2.92, now it's 2. So you lost about 33% on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you lost about 33% on it. I think that's more.
Well, no.
It's a third.
I mean, sorry, 50%.
50%, yeah.
So about 45%,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. So that honestly is up to you if you want to confirm your if you want to like lock in your profits from that play.
Thing is, yeah, what's weird about it right now is that SPY is bouncing up right now.
Yeah, it is.
And everything kind of went with it, but Intel did not. It's kind of stagnant in
That
that way.
that's
So
a
that's the weird
divergence
thing.
in the market. I'll show you this actually because I
Right.
feel like you might want to see that. So if you look at SPY, if you look at SPY right here, so SPY's kind of coming up, but if you look at this, you're not seeing a similar reversal, right? So you're seeing a divergence between these two, and that's kind of important. Yo, what's up? We could hold on. Okay, don't say
Yeah,
your name.
so-
but like, here. So, oh, you're in the wind. I can't put you on speaker. Oh, because I'm on the stream right now. A strangle for SPY in the shorts. I said a strangle for a strangle for SPY in the put side.
Yeah. So Cameron.
So Cameron, all right, we're on the stream right now. I'll call you back later.
That's what AMD has.
Or I'll call you back at a less hectic time. Oh, he already hung up. My bad. All right, so okay, so that's what AMD earnings.
So what you have to actually keep track of, Cameron, is when Intel is not following SPY directly upwards, that's already a divergence in itself. But when SPY comes down and Intel follows that, you know that it's biased on the downside. So that's what you have to keep track of on like the 5 minute, right? I think that's pretty important.
So yeah, if it's not following SPY, this is, and we've seen this before. One big problem can be if the earnings is doing well or was doing well, but now it's diverging from the natural, like the market on its own. What you're gonna see is any downside we catch with SPY is going to actually squeeze the stock down, but the upside will have no effect. And when that happens, it's really kind of a problem, because that means the way that the stock is kind of diverging is now kind of pushing it against your position, and so that's a concern as far as these go. So like, I think the best example is like we've seen it with Amazon. So what will happen is, I'll see if I can give you an example because I feel like it's pretty helpful. So I'll just show you a general trend though. So for example, if at this point in the day, Amazon, for example, is kind of trying to go up, and it's kind of sitting around here, but SPY would be coming down or coming up. If you see Amazon is kind of diverging from what the regular market is doing, what you're gonna see is as soon as the market starts coming down, Amazon is gonna come down with it. However, I mean, this is not the greatest example because this is what happened from what's it called? This is all because of the Wuhan virus. So the coronavirus has caused a lot of this to go down because there's concerns about whether or not international travel will be happening and stuff like that. So that is definitely a concern as far as these go. Watch the divergence between your stock and SPY always, because sometimes if it follows, if it trails it, then you have, then you're gonna be doing well. Like right now, SPY is taking off, but if you watch Intel right now, if it's not reacting the same way, that's where the concern kind of builds. So, is it a delay? Because sometimes there are delayed reactions. I don't know. We don't have enough data yet, but we'll find out throughout the day. But right now, if you look at this 15-minute chart, your position actually seems to be okay. So yeah, keep that in mind. I mean, I wouldn't like necessarily just sell because you're scared. If you really do think it can hit, then you're good. See, now it's reacting to SPY. This is SPY. So it was a delayed reaction. Now you can see that. It won't necessarily stick for the whole day, but it could. So yeah, that is one thing to keep in mind. I don't know, and by the way, do you know where Josh is? He's not streaming right now. Oh, yep, now he is. Which I guess I could just put on. But yeah, so that's as far as INTC goes. I think you're gonna be okay as long as the divergence isn't like too strong, because the whole market now, if you take a look, SPY gapped down pretty hard, and we were talking about this earlier today, and this is kind of similar to how it did earlier. Now it could start kind of pushing back. What do you think? Do you think it's gonna hit back up here?
I think in this pre-market, it's going to get rejected or have some resistance at 324.50
At 324.50
or 75. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, man. Bring your friends. Too poor for a straddle, might get a straddle. We lost him. I think he's gone. I miss him. It was fun to have a guy to talk to. I'll just open up Josh's stream on the side. I'll click comment on it.
Yeah, those prices are good for today only. There's a lot of flexibility here. We can work something out if bring.
I'm telling you, it's gonna come in waves. You gotta learn to ride the wave. It's much more difficult than catching a froggy. Caught many frogs in my life. I've rode many waves. Definitely not the same. Definitely not the same. What stock am I looking at?
The only thing that's really up is
Yeah.
Beyond, which is up 4%.
Beyond's up 4%.
Yeah.
BYND.
Honestly, wait, that should be a stock here now.
Yeah, is that not up? That should be up over there somewhere.
They'll get wrecked if you don't risk. I think a lot of people, most
Oh,
people
Beyond's
get
up
wrecked
there.
in these situations just by being very emotional. That's literally usually what happens. Let's see, how is the long term looking? Yo, are long terms up right now? What the hell's happening? Hey, talk about diversification. The long term is actually up today. That's comedy.
Is this the long? Yeah, this is a long term thing. Okay, so Harsha is trying to tell us to get longer term or
Well, now you want to
long
come
term
up.
straddle on Spy.
For fucking
strangle?
destroying me, Abivai.
Oh, okay.
So we could do that. I don't want to decide on it until like a little bit later, because it's like I want to see what happens midday today. Because the whole market's bouncing, which is kind of another aspect of this.
So straddle isn't calls and puts?
Straddles and call and puts, yeah.
Damn, what we should have done actually
Yeah.
every time is like do a debit spread on
I
the
think I'm
call
gonna grab
side
some of
for
the
a gap
Uniteds.
fill potential.
Do what?
Debit spread on the call side for a gap.
Kind of
fill
sucks how
potential.
expensive it is.
Debit spread on the call side for the Oh,
the very
yeah.
beginning.
Oh, at the beginning of the day?
Yeah, because those move in percentages.
Yeah, they
like,
do.
way hard.
They're hard. Let me take a look at what it would. Because Spy hasn't drastically jumped up yet, yeah?
Yeah.
It's still got like a long way to go.
True.
Yeah, it's still got $4. That's a big percentage because we dropped.
All right, I grabbed my
We got
my
one- I
play
think
for
it's
the
around-
airlines.
very-
Did you guys like the
think
video?
it's a
You
good
guys
idea.
make sure you're
Just tell 'em.
subscribed.
Let H know.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta press high chat, hit the thumbs up button. We need like 300 of y'all in here. Oh man, it's okay. I was late today too, so I could give y'all a little bit of time, but unfortunately, I don't know how y'all view, everything. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, y'all should figure that out somehow. I don't know how y'all want to figure this out. A mediation process, arbitration. Definitely up to you on this one.
I miss Cameron, dude. It was so nice to have somebody. I wonder if we have anybody now. Yeah, now it's just us again. All on our own. Sad. That's such a good time. Okay. Now my focus should be back. New activity on stream UAL March 20.
UAL? Dude. Fuck.
Why does his? Are you seeing his stream loads come out really weird? What are those?
I don't know.
Let me ask him.
55. Yeah, we should follow this. We should follow this, right?
Yeah, the UAL position.
Yeah.
I think so.
I got the Eminem lyrics. So I scaled in on one of the
You got the
UALs.
puts.
I am gonna buy a lot more. I'm just gonna wait. Again, we have to wait till the timing, because again they're down 5%. So I have to spend. Yeah, those already dropped. Oh man, those already what? Why did those drop so much?
March 20th.
Damn, that's crazy. They already dropped a lot on the UALs. Damn, that's crazy.
I went from 25 to 22 just now. That's why.
25 to 22.
Yeah, so they already came down in value.
Wow.
Damn, that's
Yeah,
a lot.
so
Actually, the
wow,
other
never,
time
you gotta be
is
careful
when
with
it
those.
Yeah, because he's already in. He's
Yeah.
trapped in it.
Because it's going up. So let's see, 79. Okay, yeah, let's time it.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Spies.
So now they're creeping back up a little bit. I don't know if that was because the demand or anything.
Yeah,
You
so
guys,
some people are getting filled
you
at
got them at
22.
cheaper than
Okay,
25.
Spicy,
Yeah, you guys got
yes,
hooked up. It literally,
Mhm.
that's crazy. It dropped. It stayed. They held that whole price and then just dropped right when they hit those.
Let me check out the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's coming back up. Damn, you guys just got like look at you guys are fucking making money on it going up. I don't know, dude. That was a phenomenal.
No, it should still be going down, actually. Or not.
So I'm gonna scale in on those. I'm gonna come back to those. Those are for March though.
Should be falling.
So that's the best one. All right, let's see. 552. Yeah, you guys gotta press high chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Run them up. I mean, run them up. Run them up. Run them up, baby. Run them up. Just run it up real quick. But since I was late, I'll give you this is the only courtesy. You know.
Everyone is saying that,
Other
like,
than that,
TOS
I
is
mean, we're
just
not gonna
fucking
be
up.
able to make any.
Really?
It's
any
fine for me.
functions
Yeah.
after this.
I don't know.
I'll
No,
be-
no, no.
I'll
I mean,
have
if
my
you put
hands
in
tied.
orders, it's not gonna fill at all.
Is it?
But we got
So this is
UAL
Baba.
March
Kelsey's
20th.
coming down.
55 puts. I bought 5 of them for 25 cents. They dropped down to 20 cents literally in 3 minutes, and now they're back up there. So drop that thumbs up on there and check that play out if you like.
UAL
And that's the
options.
first one I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy another one.
Oh, United Airlines option alert. 90 calls at
I
the bid,
want to wait throughout the
61.
day because, again, this is the theory I told you guys.
940 of
We're
them.
either going to
Dude, we
get
should
a
straddle
sell
it.
the rip or
We
buy
should
the
use
dip
UAL.
opportunity.
I
So
think we
far,
should
it's
open
been
up the
buy the
straddle
dip,
position. I
but
agree.
watch how
All
this
right,
plays
let's
out.
pick
Everything else throughout
let's
the
pick
rest
the
of the day.
critical
23?
points then. Mhm.
Well, we got them out of the way. Now
Oh.
it's 27.
7. Okay, so how much did you get? 2?
One.
1. Okay. What's my gold at? Is it up? It's not gonna hold if the market's coming down. Oh, market's. Ah, fuck. She's down. Damn it.
Yeah. I mean, that's
I
what
figured
expected.
it's back at where I got it for.
Really?
Yeah, I should have
Oh,
just sold it
yeah.
for what I had then. 50% was enough. But that's fine. I'm playing the long game. Actually, no, I'm not. I should have closed it.
Well, no, you have what? 3 weeks? 2 weeks?
I have
That's
2
why.
weeks on it.
Yeah.
If it holds, gold's not holding. So, AMD option sweep. Same for news.
Well, you had a
Is
suit
this your
for 90 calls?
recommendation? No.
No, I just saw.
You get timed out for
92.
even mentioning that.
All
Or
right, let me actually.
48 calls. Yeah.
90, 87.
Mm-mm-mm. That's like going up. That's like going up to a police officer and saying like, looking all sketchy. Hey, is that a real gun? You got a real gun right there? So you know the answer. Why are you asking questions like that? You better be careful. You don't get clapped.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
the
like, you
90
don't
calls
start getting him
are
real
actually-
hesitant for a second. And be like, what?
Looks like it's
That's your gun?
same price. We had
Yeah, I
55,
saw it in the movie.
Yeah.
and it's at 80.
I'd
right
love
now.
to take a
So
look at it.
That's what?
Can I hold it?
That's
No. Okay.
$15.
Yeah. Let's
No,
let's
$25.
let's pick the outskirts of of UAL, and then based on that, we can
$25.
determine where we should set our strangles, because we want to hit the money.
Yeah.
So,
So 94.
well, I don't know where the fuck this thing could go.
90.
90 for
Yeah.
sure. We're at 78, so that's kind of a long though. Like, how long is each one of these trends? Let me see. So let's say moving up $10 roughly is over a month.
Over a month. Okay.
And then
Well,
moving
we have
down.
2 months on this.
Okay, so we got 2 months. Then you should get. Oh, dude.
Huh?
Okay, because how long does this whole thing take? 112 days. That's a little bit over 3 months. What we could do is if we get a longer position, we could buy, or we could do half and half. So it's like if we're seeing a reversal around this point, what we could do is we could take a call. We could buy the calls and puts both, then sell the calls, buy more puts, sell the puts.
Okay.
Play both ends of it. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, technically you'd wait, but like in case it just dips, then at least you'll have both.
So let me do this. I'll do a debit spread on the call side because they're pricey a little bit,
Yeah, sure.
and that makes me just
At 90, right?
yeah,
Okay.
90 and 92.5.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
be spending $20, which is the same amount.
Oh, sure. And I'll get like a few of those. Ugh. Get like 2 of them. Yeah. One live watching. I'm so sad. I miss it. Just me.
Okay, let me time this actually. That might be because I think UAL is coming down. Yeah, I'll time it.
UL is coming down right now?
Yeah. So our thing is actually going up, I think,
Okay.
by quite a lot. Yeah, dude, this thing is already up 21%.
The option?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
put.
Because you
Because
got
we
it in
timed it,
cheaper
right?
too. Yeah. What'd you get it for?
I got it for 23. It's at 28.
Nice. I've been a good intraday scalp actually. Alright, do you want to find our intraday scalps? I got the.
Sure.
Man, I don't want to switch into another broker again. Especially because this one has charts.
Yeah.
Bank of America option alert. Alright. Alright, Josh is talking and I paused him.
All right, you all press. You guys are mobile. X out the chat. Hide the chat. We're almost there. You need like 50 more likes. 50 more likes. All will be forgiven. All is good. Yeah, but there's so much different shit, man. I mean, I have so much to talk about. Put slow mode on. It's hard. Really? Oh. I couldn't. I think the chat's. I thought the chat was moving slow. That's crazy. Maybe. Yeah, lurkers like the video. I think we just started late too. Like I gave you guys a pass on the first one. Oh, 7:53. Never mind. What am I saying? See, apologies. Thank you guys for doing that. Option trading, showing risk handlers all the most financial. Oh my gosh, those contracts jumped the fuck up on UAL. Damn it. All right. It's March 20th. 50 puts. I grabbed 10 of them at 14 cents, but they just jumped to 19. Are you kidding me?
At this right now.
Yeah, because look at, dude, UAL is very, very sensitive right now. So be careful on that. Shit just literally went up 30%.
We are above you. We are faster than Josh today. I love it. Okay. So what does that mean then? What should we do about this?
950? No.
Nah. 850. No, it's
What was that?
It's 9. It's 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. I don't know what it was. I don't. Oh wait. Fuck. That was one of my alerts, wasn't it?
I'm sure, yeah.
God damn it. I didn't see which one. Cause it didn't show here. I think it was my Amazon alerts, probably. Yeah, I think. I'm gonna set alerts for everything now.
Amazon?
I don't remember. Gold is jumping, which means gold is bouncing right now. So that means
Right, because SPY is facing resistance at this point.
Okay. Alright, let me actually set price. Oh, I think I'm gonna live in JPM. JP Morgan. Fuck me, dude. Look at this. I was saying it earlier today.
Yeah.
It's filling the gap. It's like almost there.
Okay.
So. And JP Morgan's acting a little bit independently of the stock market. Like the banks are. They're acting a little bit differently. I'm so hungry. BAC is kind of doing the same thing, but like definitely a little bit. Okay. Let's just focus on our thing, right?
Yes.
No need to grow. We will grow in time.
That we're super far out.
I think I know how to start pushing this channel up, though. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start. I don't know. I guess just like posting on the videos on his videos.
3
With, like,
UAL
what I'm
spreads,
looking
50,
at and
55
stuff
for
like
8 cents each. That's not bad
And
at
just
all.
Be like, check out my thing on the
I
channel.
like those. Dude,
Comments,
those
what is what gets it, bro.
UALs just went crazy. Dude, what the hell?
Yo, what the fuck?
Those March
we
UALs
looking
just
at
shot up to.
Netflix splits
Watch out for those 50s.
Last week?
Those shot up a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hit $7.
So let me check the UVX. The
Wait, what?
UVXYs are
Or
good
Netflix-
too. I'm
Netflix-
just
the Netflix
again
puts in
UVXY is a
$7.
scary one to trade.
Did we hold those?
When you play love,
We were
different
No,
exposure,
we were,
different
I was
exposure,
looking at
different
the
weaknesses.
getting on the put side
Like
during,
American,
one of these
they got killed the
Okay.
most today
Yeah,
too.
no,
There's
we were
also
close.
Delta.
You wearing a dress shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Oh, let me see. I think maybe the UVXY we might have to wait a little bit. Yeah, UVXY we might have to wait a day. I already have the Uber. The Ubers are up. You had those UVXYs from a week out. You got lucky then. You got hooked up. But let me see if I could update this.
Someone made 1,000% today.
Nice.
TLT, not looking good. Gold coming up. Ulta going up. JPM, the banks are coming up. Despite SPY's resistance, which is interesting. I think I'll say something.
Man.
New home
Parked
sales
a lot of
data
the
that
lowest
just
right
came out
here.
4 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
you did.
22.
It was down versus
29.
up. And then again, Trump tweeted not too long ago. Offers U.S. help. So there's UVXY. Now we're coming back to the VWAP. So pay attention. I mean, go watch the watch list if you didn't do it. I talked about this theory here again. We sold off. It's starting to rip.
Yeah.
If this sells off like the classic sell to rip, it could get real ugly today. So we will see what happens.
Oh yeah, I don't keep the VWAP up anymore. I feel like I should though.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should
VWAP
do it
at the
now.
very least, right?
I was gonna say if you guys comment, make sure you guys comment a play on the second link. We're gonna do the random comment generator and make our move. So
Fuck. I don't want both. I just want one.
for the TLT 150 call, I got some of that. Was that a good play? I'm still in those. We're in those, and we bought them real cheap.
Yeah.
So
SPY
damn,
approaching
damn it,
VWAP.
UVXY is already
This is
taking off.
actually
Maybe
really
we do
bad.
get some UVXY here. I just think the UVXYs are really expensive.
Oh yeah. I mean, we can replace OLED with something. We don't look at
I mean, I think I'd rather get the TLTs or the
You wanna look at
McDonald's.
No.
OLED was a good value stock to me. DR Horton.
Yeah, TLT's crazy.
Alright, let's find some actual scalp
Ooh,
plays,
Intel
right?
went down.
It did.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
What do you think of the tinfoil hat? We're all in the Sims, and is a lot player gonna fuck everything up?
Oh, but this is what
I
we
think you know
told
what I
him. We
believe.
told him that like if Spy comes down, he's gonna face that downside.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm still holding those TLTs. I don't know if I would want to buy more, but the TLTs are more expensive. If anything, we could go for the UVXYs. UVXYs are pretty expensive, though. And I don't want to get, like, too much time on them, which is kind of scary. Good idea, Celta and NVIDIA. Nah, they have the earnings, and we still have time on those. I mean, if anything, I might buy more than NVIDIA's, but we'll just wait. Again, we want to see how things play out here. I'm thinking either March or February on the UVXYs. So again, we're breaking below VWAP. Watch out here. This will be the moment of truth, my friends. Because again, if this sells off from here and we go below that open and this turns into a real sell the rip, again, this is what we discussed here on the watch list and even what we just brought up here. This will get ugly. This will get very, very ugly.
320 if it does that.
320 if it gets
Goes
bad.
below 323.
Yeah.
320 is the next spot.
This is.
I'm trying to think of how I might play these UVXYs.
So.
Yeah, 323 is where we're sitting on that. You're thinking it'll go down to 320?
Yeah, it's the next best spot.
That's the next level. Yeah,
Yeah.
holding level. I didn't say camera, but
Good idea to sell it to Microsoft. Remember, Microsoft also has earnings too this week. Yeah, how am I doing on the Expedia put? Oh, that thing's up 50% now. Damn, remember that thing was down 50%. A year, $1 put on GameStop. You don't think they have it, but here's the thing: if they go below one, you'll make $100 on it. Even if they go to zero, that's your max gain is $100 if it goes to zero. May not really be worth it. Oh, those Baidu's are up 300%. Damn, bro, right? Is it right? Why is it right when I said UVXY? This thing just starts shooting up. Come on, Habibi.
It's by bounced on the new back. Is Cameron here?
he's in this chat, so I'm just sending him some advice. I'll do a video over his thing because there's a lot of AMD call sweeps though.
Yeah, because of the upcoming earnings, maybe? Is that why? Yeah, because it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
AMD costs. So yeah, remember, there's still earnings. Again,
Let's just
AMD
look
and
at the Zoom
NVIDIA,
stuff.
they also
That'd be dope.
report later, and they report later after everyone else. Yeah, the UVXY, look, it's acting a little bit different. I want the UVXYs. They're just hard because UVXY isn't one that you're able to get with too much time because there's so much, especially when there's a lot of fear on it.
Let me save it.
That's the only thing that sucks.
So he's got the 320, 67.5s. I
trying
got
to
it
think.
for 62.
I still like the
49,
McDonald's. Let me
right.
see what we got with those. The UALs have relaxed a little bit. They're kind of coming back to
So-
earth.
I'll just keep this in mind, and I'll try to do
There's the
something about it.
UVX.
I'm
Again,
gonna go to
UVXY is
video about
operates.
so
It's
he
doing
can,
its
like,
own thing.
I don't know if I can add him or anything. Shop below Shop below 450.
The UALs, we got 2 different sets. I grabbed the 50 puts and the 55 puts. And then I scaled in. I said I'm going to look towards those even towards the end of the day, too. But they're up. So the 55 puts are up, or 50 puts are up 25%. The 55s are only up 8%, but they're already up a lot today, so just be careful. Yeah, Roku's on the low. Bunch of ticks on the low.
Oh yeah, Roku. Why is that not?
Shop as well. Shop got squeezed down, and I kind of like it. Take a look. So, the whole market came down, obviously.
Damn
And
it,
Shop's kinda
UVX.
falling.
Why?
Shop's falling off.
Come
the
on,
roof
how are they
a
going to
little
do
bit.
me like that? Right when it's only 30 cents though,
If
but
you look at the
jeez.
daily, I kind of like what this could become. It's
thinking
so
up or
SPY
down?
though, down.
Down. Okay.
Because remember this level that I drew up here?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like that a lot.
So again, low ticker here. It's going to pick up. Watch out.
Do I
Just
get a
watch out
debit
with
spread on
what
those?
happens here.
Down.
I'm thinking yes.
Because those are actually pretty cheap.
Yeah,
'Cause
they are.
I remember when I had my money in my account, like
Here.
I had
Yeah.
I put in I think
The
50,
Uber's
60
slowly
bucks
creeping
at
up.
this
Yeah,
point
oh yeah, those
for
are at
this
75%
strike.
now. Good call out.
But I sold
'Cause
out.
we have a
like,
big
right here.
position on there. I'd love to get a spread those, but
And
there's no
this
support
thing
at the other
netted,
contracts
would have
below it.
netted me like $300, but by risking.
Oh really?
Yeah.
By so little? Was that a
There's
spread or just a
VMware
net?
XLNX on the
Oh
low.
fuck. Okay, if
So-
if this is good for that,
It's good for
Let's-
spreads, yeah.
so let's open up a spread on this then. Make sure I didn't get any other messages. All right, cool. Slowly grow this community.
Roku.
Double cult. I will.
Do I give stream alerts when you sell any plans? Go watch the stream
This is
alerts
a
video,
big
read the
thing.
rules before
On Roku?
signing up
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, it's a
That's
big
the
level. What
best way
time is
we
it?
I could tell you,
I have to
but
leave soon.
just look up the stream alerts.
I've got to
Don't
leave
get it
soon.
if you're not going to put in the
when
10-minute
is your
time to
10?
research what you're spending money towards. It is
11?
literally what it
Yeah,
is.
so I'll
Stream
leave
alerts.
Leaving like 15.
So maybe watch the stream a
Well, it's
little
kinda
before
fun, so
getting
just a
them.
little bit
Don't
earlier.
rush. Be easy. Keep your head in the game. All of you guys are going to need your heads in the game here, man. I'll tell you right now, this is going to be a moment where a lot of
Roku
you
looks
will
good.
either make
He's
a
in.
lot of money in the next,
He's
you
in?
know,
Yeah,
week or
someone's
so, or you will lose a lot of money, maybe even next month.
It can go to.
So keep
Holy
that in mind and
shit.
just be careful. Again, you guys got to know how to maneuver. Every single thing I said, man, a couple days ago applies more than ever. I need your head in the game. You need to make a budget. Treat the SPY dropping and all of this as an earnings play. So you have to have that budgeted and pick how much you want to put in there.
Roku. So to where you think?
Watch how you move.
If it's following this wedge, then about
He's out.
$2.
He did it. He got in. He got out.
Oh, nice. 20 cents.
20.
Francisco?
Yeah.
I see. Is he playing call side?
No. I think he's playing shorts.
Okay.
Get puts on Baba. If you made puts on Baba, post the play. Don't tell people to make plays. Just post them. Wait or snap a goodbye right now. Insert brainwash here. Well, timing is still not even
Roku actually
February.
bounce. Take a look.
That's just the best way to put it. Remember, we even said that with any of the stocks. We said just wait, give it time, and let time be the judge of how to purchase and space out plays. No, I haven't got FedEx still. I'm waiting a little bit. Big candle on TLT.
Let's keep it low so we can
UVX
still talk
dropping,
over.
So we'll see. We might bounce here.
Yeah. I think this is a good setup though. No.
Done.
Yeah.
Done.
Why is your computer up?
Let's see. Maybe we take it up to 320.
So I have my own like watch list here.
Do you want to just transfer it?
Yeah, I could.
I think you should do that because otherwise you block the other this chart, so I can't see anything from there.
Doubling down the Intel calls. Maybe wait a little bit. Again, they are earnings. They did do good, but maybe you can find another earnings continuation. There you go. March 170, 165 Baba put.
Can you
at
move
30
your
cents. Nice.
laptop down?
Nice. How many?
Sure.
There you go. Read the rules on there. Post the place. Here you go, Lisa. That's what we need.
OLED.
UVXY, I'm still waiting on it. I'm not really finding
OLED
anything
actually looks like an amazing short.
Are we getting comfortable? Beautiful.
But it just bounced off that.
Want you to know
Yeah, but
you're my favorite
it's if it's still holding down. Like it bounced up and now it's coming back down. So I kind of like it. Nvidia.
No bounce there. All right.
There's a chat right here if you want it.
So he's getting back
Struggling to decide. Well, if there's,
in below
you go
124.
debit to get higher
73.
quality plays for
Francisco.
cheaper, but then at the same time, I mean, you space it out. It's like find the opportunity.
Yeah, it depends on how
like,
this
you know,
how
there's
this
more
15 minute
upside
goes.
with a lot of plays here.
So we just started it. So
you know,
it's
puts
dirty
are
right now.
expensive. Debit
We'll see.
spreads can help you get.
Is he trying to get calls?
Puts.
Oh, it says
Pay to
below
have
124.73.
upside on your calls at least
Oh
for
yeah,
a day or
before
two
below
and
the
be able to
lowest.
maneuver.
Oh shit, dude, this
It's
is
an
mean
H.
H. Yeah. Okay. Let me actually try this one. So let me get this week.
Oh, they ain't gonna film me all the way.
Why am I doing this? I have it here.
Film me on 3 of 5 contracts.
All right, Roku. So I'm gonna push the. Let's try something cheap. The 129. I'll try the one.
I mean,
121
another play.
puts.
Make sure you guys like the video. If you're on mobile, press high chat. Hit the thumbs up on the video, and please understand, option trading is still risk. You can't lose all the money.
Here we go.
Please solve financial education.
All right, if it gets rejected, but it's not round. These candles have so much width.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, shit, I gotta go soon. This is one trade before I go. Where's the bid? Here you are. Alright. Someone says, fuck you, Roku.
Yeah, because it's going up and down, right?
Yeah, it's kind of volatile.
Talk slow.
McDonald's.
Love it.
We were looking at that too. You got the puts too.
But I grabbed a. Wait. You guys like the video?
Oh, you transferred it?
Yeah, you guys are in the game, baby. So I'm talking about is a McDonald's for March 20th. So again,
Yeah,
pay attention. I'm getting stuff further out the money. I'm getting a lot of time on it. And again, this is going to be riding the wave here. I got a March 20th. I got 5 of the 175 puts for 22 cents. So 5 of the 175 March McDonald's puts. Stream alerts first.
Okay.
Stream alerts is definitely there. You know, I'm making sure just so I don't forget on them.
And this. Cool. Going to save.
Calterra being used to treat Abby vibes getting in on the Corona. All right,
You can't
watch out
go
here,
take a
guys.
doogie? I
Really,
gotta
really
go.
Watch out here. We're breaking back this level. 320, 350. If we break that, it's either going to be a bloodbath or it'll slowly come down here, and then the real bloodbath is going to be at 322 or 330, 323 flat. So watch out for that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's your 2-week support in 2 days. Why are they showing symbols? It shouldn't be showing any symbols. Except like the plus, the minus, all that, you know. Dude, these put plays are just increasing in value so quickly. That's why you guys got to be very careful. Again, let the options and the prices tell the story here, but be very, very careful here. Again, control the budgets. I'm scaling in probably like $100 at a time. Go smaller. Again, if you have a smaller account, again, don't force it too, man. Patience, like I said on the watch list, we don't want to get too far in the moment. I'm going after everything I said on the watch list. I wanted my travel industry. I wanted my consumer sector. Everything else now we're holding. We have to learn to ride this wave here. Because tons of you are buying. No, it doesn't. These are these are big stocks. You know, McDonald's isn't going to be susceptible to 1,000 contract order. Again, it's understanding the fact that, you know, McDonald's, even since we bought that, moved 15 to 40 cents in 3 or 4 minutes. Like, think about this all day. At other times, like this thing to move that, I guess it's taking that all day, but shit is not supposed to move this big, or it just doesn't usually move this big. And then now you have the VIX is outpacing the market too. So again, it has nothing to do with who's buying what. It's more the collective action of everything else, of everybody else, but more so too. There's a lot of fear. That's it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff brewing now. The market is trying to find that price, so be careful, especially just buying towards the downside. We want to buy when it's up. I started making all of my trades when we were up here, if you think about it. Keywords doesn't usually. Trades you're making, what size account would you recommend? It's both the account size, but also like your budget. I mean, it's simple as that. I really think even if you're asking that question, you probably shouldn't copy them like that. So be smart, baby. Be smart. Head in the game. Remember, if this opportunity, there's going to be another opportunity after that, after that, after that, after that, after that. JL put 27.22 cents. Nice. Spread them speeds, baby. Or speed them spreads. Any earnings play? I feel like we should, but this is where we have to see how the premium. Like again, the Nvidia's got crushed. That kind of makes me worried because what could happen here is you might get excuse me.
All right.
You might get the party might get ruined. Honestly. I'm still holding that Microsoft we have. I'm not adding to a new one, so we might have to see even after this. We might miss a few good earnings just to see how the market responds.
I shouldn't be gone too long. An hour. So
April 17th. Don't we have the January 100 calls? How expensive are those, Mustafa? NOC earnings, that could be a good one. They're 50 cents. That's kind of expensive.
Yo.
Besides Robinhood, what other platform to hold long term? Thinkorswim. See, now look at, is it funny, the UVXY is back up to that same price, but now it's a lot lower rather than hitting highs, man. UVXY is a trip today. Thank you. Much love. I love you too, baby. Hopefully you guys having a wonderful day. Hopefully y'all ready, man. Hopefully you are not panicking, man. Like I said, even this neurovirus, man, I'm seeing people talk about it. People are now watching all the videos on YouTube. I think the general population is getting more scared and on game to what's going on here. Again, the cases, I mean, this was a very crazy weekend, man. Hopefully you guys see you had everything did it, you know? Did you just see where China made close? Yeah, well, that's because they're holiday. So that's the crazy, man. The craziest part about all of this is that what's it called? Like, go look up the Shanghai Composite. It's gonna be closed. So the last thing we saw was the Shanghai Composite on Friday dropping almost 3%. This thing's gonna be closed. So that's actually saving us low key. So that being said, watch out for the Japanese yen. Oh yeah, do you guys? Can we do the poll again? So peep this for me. Actually, make sure 10 more likes till 900. Let's go, baby. First hour. That's what I'm talking about. You guys are on Mobile Press High Chat. Hit the thumbs up button. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up. But do this for me. If you go here on the video, there's an eye at the top right of the screen. The question is, are you concerned you will get the coronavirus? So we've been taking this poll every day. You guys see we have 1,800 people on here. I just want to even, it's a mix of both market education and market sentiment as well as general public. But press the I in the top right-hand corner and answer this question. We'll refresh it and we'll see. Last time it was like, 38%. Then day one, it was actually 11%, like 90% or something like that. Should we do a third option? Nah, I mean, we just got to make it just as simple as possible. I'm trying to get simple data. We'll move on to some advanced data. Oh, wait. So it's that little I in the top right. Am I concerned? I'm more concerned. 63, 66. If you're on mobile, flip your screen to the side and full screen, and you'll see it's literally a letter I. Information says from Stock Market Live. There you go. Yo, shout out to people watching. Oh man, all the people on the likes. Yeah, can y'all run it up there, man? Can y'all do that? If the poll's not working, refresh the page. But let's go. Hi chat, X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Hopefully you guys all do good, man. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So look at UVXY. They try to fool us. So the McDonald's are going against us. I think all the plays, every single play I made today, I'm looking to scale it on all of those. Let's see. 1K likes in the first hour, and I showed up late. I was. Oh my gosh, y'all did it too, baby. Oh, let's go. Y'all ready to play, huh? Oh, let's go, baby. Woo. Woo. It's game time, baby. Bought a ton of ramen soup. I'm going today. I'm going to Costco. I'm going to Costco to stock up on shit. I ain't playing these games. Still within a standard deviation. We try to, baby. So things are kind of are moving back up. That saved the SPY right there. This could be this has been the buy the dip. I don't know. Again, we are still down 1.2%. Now we're at 350 points. This is where we were at the peak of yesterday. We were at this low, so we'll see. You wanted to keep the plays away. I mean, just go look in the mirror, baby. Just go look. You check wax, bro. What does it say? No plays were still kept, man. That's it. Even if I wanted to, I still hooked it up all the damn time, every time, year after year. Actually, month after month, only 4 a year, but you feel me, bro. Think about how LA would be if they quarantined. In China, they power over the cops, but in LA, the cops will stay home to protect their own. Yeah, I'm good, man. I got defense mechanisms. I have my exit plan. We good. I'm not worried. I mean, God is good. God's plan, baby. If that's how God wants me to go out by coronavirus, I mean, shit, set it up. Surprise me, though. Just don't tell me when it's going to happen. You paper trade on Thinkorswim. That's probably the best paper trading platform. So again, 324.50 is holding up these levels very interestingly. I feel like, again, at certain times, especially during these moments, this is where it's going to start to get very, very even technical to a degree, but more so, these key levels are going to have a lot of meaning. And again, too, you still have earnings in the background. God isn't responsible for any tragedy that happens. I didn't say anything. I said if God wants me to go out like that, I mean, he knows the plan for my life. You know, I said if that's how I'm going to go out, I mean, so be it.
All right, guys. So I'm just cycling through my watch list right now and trying to figure out if there are good
I always stay far away from
stocks to play for a day trade, right?
I'm still not convinced on them.
I wouldn't touch AMD now because earnings is very soon. So I know those will be at least somewhat overpriced.
It's
If
always
I'm wrong.
God playing.
It's gonna hurt me a lot.
He uses it.
So I'm not gonna touch that.
It's
Disney's
the
just
beginning
went
and the end.
down. Apple,
he knows
actually
the beginning
Apple.
and the end. He knows how everything.
Right
That's
here,
it. I just
above
I tell
312.
it is related to the philosophy today.
It's
I
really,
will just
really
tell you the way, 'cause
congested
someone
right
even said
here
it. They're
with
like,
the
I lost
pre-market
faith in God because
trading
of this.
right
I said,
now.
nah,
So
man.
like it's this level
Put it in a
is.
perspective. You know what you saw.
I wouldn't even put it as one level, right? I'd put it as an area.
That's all.
I'd be like, okay, above
all.
here,
You know,
it's a good spot
it's like when
to
Kobe
get
would
into
get the
calls
ball,
because it'd be a gap
you know,
fill.
he would dribble to
There's
the
a lot of
baseline,
spots,
and like you
or
wouldn't
a
know
lot
what
of
he
space
was
to
doing.
fill.
You literally couldn't
Right.
understand what Kobe was doing with the ball. Sometimes he'd be under
So
the
yeah.
rim, and you'd be like,
So what? This is
What?
like
you see, you just you wouldn't
13
understand
to
it.
18. That's
But
$5
you
on
believe.
Apple. That's crazy.
You just knew Kobe had the
Option-wise,
ball.
that's very,
That's it.
very,
That's all that
very
mattered.
good if you can catch that.
Didn't matter
so
if you went
I'm going to set
baseline
some alerts.
and it looked like there was 10 defenders.
right
It didn't
above
look anything.
312,
Just like
and maybe
I believe in Kobe.
right above here, so I can be
That's it.
prepared for the move.
So you believe.
Right
I
above.
believe in God.
There we
Same
go.
thing. It's like, I have
So
no
that's
idea what he's
one.
doing with the ball right now. But I
Amazon
just
is a
know
big
he got
one.
the ball, so that's a good sign.
I saw this as well, right? 1840. Create alert out above. Right. And I really think it's going to stop at 1845. Right.
Let's see, no dunking that
Right
reverse. I thought that
below
was one of
this
my favorite
previous
plays.
low.
And then no,
So
I don't want to talk about it.
so from 1840
really
to
don't.
1845.
There it is. We'll talk about it at the philosophy. It's okay. We got a little bit. You love God. I love you for that, and I love you too, baby. Amen.
Netflix, I'm not really sure how to play.
Why don't they release earnings before the market open? Why must it be after close? People would trip the fuck out. Just think about it. It goes pre-market, then the market opens versus post-market, then pre-market, then people go up.
See, so what I think,
Like
what
now we got
Amazon
Walmart
wants to
being
do
double
is,
teamed by Corona and
you know,
World War
break
III.
above this, fill in the gap, but then get
That's
rejected by
actually
its
what's
previous
happening
low.
right now. So
That's
SPY's
what I'm
picking
kinda
up a little
looking
bit more
for.
volume here. We're coming down. The VWAP is increasing, which is
Tesla,
actually
I mean, this
surprising.
550 level,
I'm even
it's
check
going
the
above
volume
it.
for
So
today
let's
because remember
say
that was a
you're
big issue
552,
with Friday volume. Oof.
And now we have
Volume's
till
kind of high, 22 million in the first hour here.
555.
So this is actually
So I'm not really
pretty
sure about
decent.
Tesla
Again, this
at
is our
5.
first
I
gap
wanna
up
play
too.
shorts to
We haven't had a
500
gap down, and
maybe?
we
I have
haven't
no
held the
idea.
gap down.
But
So if
anything below here
if it
will be
rips here,
crazy.
if we could come back to like
So, I
326,
want to set an alert.
327, it's gonna start looking like everything
here.
else that we've seen. But otherwise,
this
this is gonna be
level
one of your
below.
biggest gap downs if it holds
Boom.
that we've seen in a long,
Okay.
long time. Apple and 2.5.
I wonder if this would work. Does this line
Saw a meme
match
for
up?
22. It says World War III, now the Corona. When did someone switch it from multiplayer to zombie? That's funny. You see that China is building that 1,000-bed hospital in 10 days. I know I don't want to get dark, but that's
Baba,
like the
okay,
1920s
so
plague. I talked about it with my
literally
mom. And
right
she's
here,
tripping out.
206
She's
is
like,
the
I
level.
know something seemed so dark about the pictures of that. It did not seem right.
I've played Baba like this before, where
Said they're gonna
it breaks
demolish
above
it
206,
after.
but it
You
whips
guys don't know
off.
what it is. You don't know what the hospitals
So
are
it's a very,
that they're building.
very
They need hospitals
weird
to take care
stuff
of
when
people.
it
That's just
approaches
infrastructure, but
resistances.
why?
It's very weird. So if it breaks above
There you go,
206, it's
Nikhil.
probably gonna instantly jump up to like. Nope.
It's mass
It's
graves.
gonna instantly jump up to like 206 and 10
Usually
cents,
when
but there's a
outbreaks
huge
get
gap fill
that
here to
big,
211, right?
It's probably bigger.
And you
than
gotta
what
keep in
it is
mind
right
that this
now.
is
They use that.
this
they just
is
throw
Baba.
everybody-
This
they-
is
they
the
don't have- you don't
Amazon
have time
of
and
China.
space to bury shit. Yeah,
So,
especially communist. Again, think about
You
it.
know,
They're not if they're not reporting. So
the
there's a few
idea here
things
is
going
that
on right now.
the coronavirus
There's a few
in
things with
China
the China shit. Yeah,
has
it's very
stopped
creepy, right? That's what I said. It's dark.
all
Transportation
transportation out of
Like there's areas all
Wuhan.
across
They
even
have quarantined it.
anything with the plague.
So the idea is
Mexico
that
and
people will
America,
try to
when
stock
anything
up on
happened,
items
it's kinda crazy.
and they won't go outside
So,
and they won't buy.
There's
They won't
a few
like
things
buy
happening right
market
now
goods.
with it. It's just
in
like
the
it's
community,
understanding.
in
This
the
is one
area.
thing I wanted to talk about. I forgot to put this in the
Now
watch
you
list.
may think that
But the
it's good
numbers
for
is very
Alibaba
high.
because you know what
I
they can
think
buy
the
it and they
numbers
can
are,
deliver
like, at this
and
point
it's all
now,
online.
like just with how
But
the
the
deaths,
thing of the
there's
matter
two
is that
things I've
this
been noticing
is
is that the
still
cases are
affecting
increasing,
all
but the deaths
consumers
are not. And now that can
In
be
China,
natural,
they're getting
but
scared.
I'm
And
going
so
back to the assumption now.
they're going to
after
try to
spreading
limit
this much,
all,
and again, the fact that they've quarantined
they're
56
going to try to minimize
million people.
interactions with outer.
It's crazy.
With,
Even some
I
of the
guess the outside
Snapchats,
world.
there's nobody.
They're going
There's
to
nobody even in
almost
the
turtle shell
streets.
themselves.
I think China's
Right.
lying, and here's the differentiation that you have to really think about it. It took Wall Street in the last 10 years we learned it a lot better, but it took Wall Street 10, 15 years to discover that China lies. So Wall Street has already learned this lesson. Wall Street knows China economic data comes out, it's bullshit. We know literally back in 2000, back even like 2007, like these Chinese companies would come out of nowhere. They would make all of this money, and it was just a lie. But people didn't know that. You see what I'm saying? We had no idea about it. But Wall Street learned because Wall Street has had experience with it. The medical industry and the health industry has
Amazon
only
earnings
dealt with
combined.
China
What? Okay, if so,
On a
I'm
ser-
not playing that shit.
about this too, and to a much larger scale. And then that's where now
Jesus. 3 days.
the next place is why have the deaths not been going up? It's there's something. Is that legal? It's global politics. You're talking about communism. That's the next thing. That's what, like, I don't know. I got real creeped out yesterday. I was like, dude, China. I mean, I love China. I do a lot of work there. I love my Chinese people, but like, they're low key on some crazy evil shit, bro. Like it's great. That's just the nature of communism. They don't want communism to look bad. They don't want nothing to look bad. So they have a high burden to keep things in control. But it's pretty nutty, like the shit they're doing and all that. But good thing they don't technically sign my paycheck, so I could say something on that. It's state control. I mean, and this is what's happening. So now with the death count, this is a conspiracy theory, or this is, it has some validity and weight to it. But again, you could tell by the nature. It's kind of like the mass graves things, where it's like, okay, this makes sense. But what's happening is that as the updates to the death count aren't going up, what's really happening is people are dying from the coronavirus, but now the doctors they're getting instructed, or the city, they're putting the cause of death as viral pneumonia or a serious pneumonia as opposed to coronavirus. So do you see how that could keep the death numbers down? So people could be dying left and right of this, and if they just put a different cause of death in the hospital, it'll never be reported as this. It's pretty much the way they're going to be able to do it. All right, so they don't affect other hospitals. Well, they're building the hospitals. They need to use them. They're building those new. They're going to use them, but it's two birds in one stone. They could go. They're going to use it as a grave, build it up, use it, because again, infrastructure is just, even in China, even in America, like the infrastructure to handle. If people are getting deathly sick every 14 days, you can't handle that many people. You just can't handle that many people at one time, Like you got to really think about it. They have to build it. Otherwise, every doctor is going to get sick. Every hospital that exists is going to just turn into, anything. Man gets shot in the head. They report man runs into bullet. Yeah. Or no, in all seriousness, they would just say head trauma. They would cause of death, head trauma. Or the famous one in China, cause of death, missing. People just disappeared. And again, so it's like, where do we put them? Yeah, it's not that. You don't have time to bury people. That's what happened with any of the other pandemics or epidemics, is that you couldn't even, you just didn't even have time to bury anybody. You're literally more focused on surviving and staying inside and doing everything else. So,
I think that's really
yeah,
strong.
it's sad, but they just move on.
127.50 is a good spot to get above.
I talked to a friend in China. Yeah, he's chill. He said it's crazy, but he's with everything. We didn't talk too much on it, but he said he's in America. He's like, I'm not going back there for a little bit. People disappear all over the world, not just China. I don't think I said that. I didn't say nobody disappears but China, but that's that's their favorite trade. They disappear. stop eating bats. Well, that's the next thing. Why people have? I was talking to my mom about this. She was saying with bats, but the key is think about China as pigs. So lately, China and pork and all that, the pig farmers, the pigs have been dying. The pigs have been getting sick for a long time right now. But so that's kind of what happens. Your food chain changes a little bit. Especially you guys don't understand that. You guys are all, rich ass Americans. Y'all sitting in here on Stock Market Live, because we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Make sure you like the video. Y'all chilling out here. Y'all throwing money at options. You're like, I'm going to buy a put option. They motherfuckers that like, I want a bat for dinner. The snake ate the bat and the bat got eaten. Like, it sounds like but what happened is that this is part of it with all of the stuff with the pigs. Their pigs have been getting sick and sick and sick. So it's changed the food chain a little bit. So if they lose out on, a big portion of the pigs are becoming more expensive. It was a main staple of their thing. Bats are very common. I was talking to my mom, she said, my mom was telling it to me, bro, it's crazy. My mom was, man, you guys should watch that video. Like 2 or 3 of my mom's sisters died, or I think more than that back in the day. I didn't know that. But my mom was saying, like, that's what they would eat in Egypt. Yeah, they would eat bats all the damn time. Like, if you're poor and you don't have money and there's not that, like, it's not Wagyu. They got that Wuhan. It was crazy. My mom even told me, my mom said when she was a kid, she was in the hospital for meningitis, and she almost died from that. She was telling me how they would just stick her in a room with all the kids who had the plague and everything. And then her sister got cholera, which is kind of wild to think about. I was like, what? This was at a market for people who enjoy eating that shit. Again, most likely, you go to the market, anybody with anybody in the suburbs, they're like, yeah, let me just go down to the fresh food market and buy some bat. No, you're gonna go to Whole Foods. You're gonna go to you'll go to even that alone, a fish market, a food market, a live open market will even just tell you something about the culture and demographic in those areas. And put her in a room with plague. Yeah, she was telling me. She was like, they because they thought she was gonna die, so they just threw her in the thing. She was like, it was like 30, 40 kids. And they were all really sick, and then she said that she almost got brain damage because the fever is crazy. And some sauce before it eats it. I mean, yeah, man. There's a lot. I mean, so again, and one thing I've just noticed about this, and this is what I even talked to my mom, because my mom was like, whoa, like my mom's a nurse. She was very, like, it was crazy. She had this other book she was reading, all this stuff. But I even told her, it's like, you have to be able to understand that you have to be able to recognize all the bad things with this. You have to be able to recognize how there's, China's lying. It could be worse than it is. If it does really do spread, we were talking the infrastructure, how fragile society would be. Those are all weaknesses. But I even reminded her, I said, you have to look at the positive as well, too. You have to understand in the same nature that China and communism would want to hide all of this, the key is they also have an incentive to fix it. They have such a high incentive to go about and make sure this does not spread. There is stuff now, the technology we have comparing 20 years ago till today, our technology and health technology is crazy. We are able to solve this a lot faster. And then two, now, the immune systems in China, they're very, very good. I mean, those people, you got to realize when you're growing up around 11 million people in a tightly congested city, and then another couple billion people, they have a great immune system. So that's one thing that's a little scary. But at the end of the day, the positive side, this is America. Nobody has died anywhere outside of China. So, you got to just look at both sides and make sure you guys, as I said, don't panic, chill, be easy, enjoy it. I mean, I think be aware, and this is just something that all you have to do is watch out for it to develop. All we have to do is just keep up with the developments. As long as we are keeping up with how the news breaks and where it goes here and there, that is what's going to be the key.
So what I'm noticing right here with Beyond is that the bid and ask,
I'm freaking out.
the bid is getting
Beyond's
lower,
gonna be
but the
available
ask is
at
still
Denny's?
staying high.
What the
So
fuck?
there's
I
a
want
ceiling to
Beyond
break
pancake.
in the ask aspect. So
Give me Beyond
if this
pancake.
manages to pull up, then that'd be really, really good and strong for a breakout.
People are down to get to 100 cases. I think, and it also just definitely depends on the individual. So look at the SPY. SPY's coming lower, but UVXY is not as high. Yeah, so remember I said we might come right back up here. I thought we'd top out here instead of hitting the actual high, so we'll see.
Maybe play Roku.
And get some stocks. I'm down with that. And I said this on the video over the weekend. It's very, very simple, my friends. You know, if you guys want to, you know, it's like, when is the market going to stop reacting? This is what happened with SARS. Pretty much SARS kept dropping the market up until the amount of cases stopped increasing. So you see how every day we're getting 3,000 cases, 4,000, this many deaths. Once that number peaks, then you're going to see the market quickly bounce. So China says over 90,000. I don't think that's not an official statement. Sorry. Is it true as an attack? Are you guys talking about the virus? You guys seeing that? That's the crazy part. Remember I said it the other day. You're now getting everything hitting at once too. We had the Iran and the bombing stuff, even another issue today in the Middle East with the U.S. plane and military. So it's pretty crazy. It's getting a little crazy too, and that's what I'm saying, man. All of this, and then we have the Fed on Wednesday. Like, do you guys realize how nuts that is? Like, do you guys realize it's a pretty nutty week, man? Like, to top it off, you got the Fed just like, all right, yeah, we're gonna do this now. Beijing first death, is it? I'm going to wait. Like I said, I even told my mom would read articles. I said, Mom, wait till it hits the wire, Mom. Okay? So there's a lot of rumors out there, Mom. So I'm not even, you know, you guys could definitely post the rumors. Feel free, but try to confirm it best as possible. Because, again, once it has to hit official, I need official statements on everything. I think there is also going to be a World Health Organization. I think they're supposed to be in Beijing.
Yeah, so for Beyond, I think a good breakout would be 128, but too rare, right? I guess 130, but you can see a lot of choppy action right here between 127, 126.50, and 130.
Can the Fed mess up TLT calls? Yeah. But, I mean,
so this is going to be choppy action.
it's fighting a lot of stuff. This is the problem, like I said, with the Fed. The Fed can influence, you know, the sentiment and what's going on to make people buy or sell, but then if all this stuff still escalates, that's going to change. And that is an interesting theory. I heard this over the weekend, is that money is going to start, like, watch out for the TLT, because that's government rates, as people start getting a little, and this is traditional economic theory, or I think not traditionalist, I think neoclassicalism, I believe, but they're pretty much, it's even hinting at a distrust in government, or essentially at a later age of the cycle, instead of going for the government bonds and government rates, people start shifting to corporate. And you know, so I'm very interested in that. Well, let me see, like, high yield credit.
950, baby.
Google 21 students, Chinese. Are they the center? It puts on Chinese stock. Again, probably, I mean, they're going to be a little bit expensive. I mean, you could do everything. Again, this is going to be a multi-week process, honestly. Why is Beyond like this? Trump said he wants to cancel the Fed? No way. I did not read that. And they got Dr. Oz. Oh, Dr. Oz talking about it? That's it. Once Dr. Oz says it, that gets to the masses. I just heard everybody talking about it. I mean, I was around places. I saw, got to see some family, and everybody was just talking about it. I mean, and then people I talked to, they're like, I was talking about this with my family. It's like everybody was talking about it, So it's spreading, but it's still not that big. TLT1, yeah, those are nice though, huh? Those TLTs are killing it right now. The TLTs are up a lot. What did we buy them at? 300%. We bought them at 7 cents. They're trading at 35 or 30 cents. Damn. If you miss anything, we made a few plays, but not really. Again, if you guys miss any of the plays or anything, we are going to make sure we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. But second link in the description. That's the nightly watch list main channel. All the plays I made, I talked about them right there. So that second link. This has every single thing I was looking at. So if you guys, and we've been, honestly, I mean, we've been keeping track of this for many, shut up, Josh. Literally, what is this? 6 days ago, stocks drop on coronavirus. Then we did $200 to $15,000 on shorting the SPY. We've been keeping up to date with this. I mean, so make sure you guys are watching the watch list. We've been posting the plays too. Make sure you guys are subscribed here with the bell. I appreciate all you. Please, please, please don't forget the #1 main rule, baby. Be positive, be respectful. That's all we ask. And, yeah, first link for your Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Actually, it's a great time for some Scream Alerts. Thank you. Anita, hate to take it far. So there you go. We're selling off. It did it a little bit slow. Watch out here, you guys. Again, this is going to be the first level, 323.50. If it breaks there, your next level is going to be 323. Both of these levels have impact here. This is going to let us know, do we break out today or do we stay in this range? That'll be more controlled. If we break out below 323, it is going to be a bloodbath and a shitstorm, my friends. So be very, very careful. Or you're jumping SPY calls. You could scale in a little bit. I mean, you could either wait. Honestly, though, but even for puts, just wait. Because, again, there's so much volatility on both sides. Even calls will be expensive during the middle of this. They're going to raise the spreads. That's what I'm telling you guys. In the same warning I would give for people buying calls, understand that for buying puts, I would give the same warning for people buying calls. And it doesn't mean that the calls won't get up. But what I'm trying to tell you guys is make sure you get time on your contracts. They're less affected by implied volatility. With more time, they're holding more of their value with time. So keep that in mind. And it's all about timing versus the price in this case. Okay? It's very, very simple. You're gambling with SPY calls. You know that this virus is done. It doesn't matter. You have no idea. The virus could keep going on. Doesn't mean you, again, as much as I believe the virus could bring the market down, the market could rip with the virus. The market, don't underestimate the stock market, baby. Be like, hold my beer. You think I'm scared of a virus? I lived through World War II. I lived through World War I. I lived through 2018. I lived through Donald Trump. What you saying, son? You gotta be careful. It's how you're using options. It cannot. Then you know what? Put your money where your mouth is, baby. Put your money where your mouth is. Bet on that. Go all in. Go super hard if that's how you want to take it. No outside information. You know what I'm saying? We don't like to look at both sides. No. All I'm saying is watch the timing. That's it. Be very full send it, baby. Full send that shit. But watch out for the timing. That's all it is. Whether you're buying puts or calls, you don't want to get caught up in the midst of extreme volatility because both of them will be expensive. So just keep that in mind. And even then, though, to counteract that and to be smart, it does look like a bat. That's scary. The SPY bat formation. No. The Wuhan technical. It's the Wuhan. Get that Wuhan out of here. See that Wuhan? Look at that. Oh, man. The ghetto bat. No. But what I was saying is scale in. If you guys feel the need to do it, you control your budgets. You buy little bits at a time. And that's the best way. So scale in calls and puts depending on what your thesis is and where you want to go. Yeah, what are the odds? That's the ghetto bat, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Wuhan technical. We got Wuhan formation. So look at, we broke barely below 323.50. We might come up here and then just start selling off here, but if it bounces, we'll see. But today's looking pretty controlled, despite it. 25 million, approaching an hour and a half. But if it breaks below here, the real flush is going to happen here. But if it stays within this range, that'll show us at least signal more stability. Or like I even said it in the watch list. Here you go. Hold on, let me get the Google Docs. I'll show you so we can have that there. Either buy the dip or sell, prepare, let live news break it. Where was I gonna say? I had something. I just totally forgot what I was saying. You put that chart up and a guy busted my house saying maybe he's the hero we all. That's funny. You should give that guy $1 or something. That's it. Just that was a funny joke. I really liked that. It was good. New candle, Wuhan Man. Too late to buy tech. It's not too late. It's just going to be expensive. You see what I'm saying? So the probabilities are a little different. Then you're going to have the Fed, which could increase that IV, or after the Fed could make it drop really big. Do I think we've been able to limit death because of our current medical? What do you mean? I mean, well, yeah. I mean, we have, freedom in technology goes a long freaking way. I think that if that's the question, I think beyond earnings is today or tomorrow. Temperature cannot be negative. Yeah, it'll be negative because the spread. So there are two contracts with two different values, especially on a stock like Amazon. Then it has big spread, so it's going to, the midpoints are showing high values, which could say maybe you're potentially losing. But since, it's not about what you see. Yeah, it's more about what you know. Once you know that, you'll know. It may say it down, but there's no way you could lose more than what you put in on the debit spread.
Here, you still see that screen? I see. Oh, wait, no. What the fuck? God damn it. It's a window capture, which is this.
Government in China says companies not allowed to return to work before February 9th.
Is this my screen? I'm going to lock that.
Yeah, government in China, Zhejiang province. Again, we're still waiting on the WHO too. I believe the World Health Organization is supposed to come in from China, and they're supposed to give an update. Again, they still have not designated this a World Health emergency, and this is the craziest part too. I said this with my mom. Think about this is now spreading faster than SARS, has a lower mortality rate, but, my friends, here's the key. They have not even named it. The world doesn't even know the name of this still. The world has not even had time. World leaders have not had enough time to come together and name this a disease. It's literally called novel coronavirus. Coronaviruses have existed for a long time. It's just saying novel. Novel means new or unseen. They're literally just saying the name of this is 2019 new virus. So because they don't even have a name. That's how, again, they don't know what they're dealing with there. So
till 66.
So we could drive the Kung flu, I guess. So as you see here, the Chad is definitely stepping up for the global community to try to name it.
Why?
That's crazy. They're like, we're going to call it Dracula, the Kung flu. Kung flu corona, novel Kung flu. Keto SARS. Wushan Wushu. You're so quick when you just spit facts. I don't smoke. I'm not a conspiracy theory. It's just facts they ran in simulation and projected six. Well, this is what I even told my mom. It's like I said, looking at both sides. I mean, you have two ends of the spectrum, right?
Yeah,
You
looking
have
good
panic,
with,
and then you
okay,
have denial.
66,
That's picture that
22,
spectrum with
pretty
me.
good volume on the
It's
brake.
pretty much the problem is when people fall to one end or the other. Some people will deny this till the day they die, even if they have. They're like, oh, this is pneumonia. I don't have it. And then there's some people who
So in
nothing.
order to play this safe,
One person gets infected with a
I'll
scraped
do
knee,
it
and they're gonna be like, it's
below,
coronavirus.
66,
It's
10
falling
maybe?
in the middle, finding the balance there. I
below
mean,
66.
so again, it has to do with everything. Flu kills over 500 each year. This is nothing so far, definitely. But you know what the flu is. You don't know what this is. That's the biggest key. And flu again, the time it takes. That's why I think people just like the way this spreads, how fast this spreads. That is what you have to keep in mind. Now, Ebola virus, yes, I think Ebola. That's the crazy part is there's Ebola spreading all throughout the Congo right now, like killing hundreds of thousands of people. It's just interesting the level we're at. And this is what I was gonna say. My mom, she's a nurse. She reads this old book. She reads it to it's like I don't know why she wants to she reads it. She says she's gonna renew her license, but she never does. She's done with nursing, but the book that she was reading, it says it's a medical book, and she was reading. I was like, how long have you been reading this? She was like, oh, a long time. It says pandemics on the book, something like this and that, and it just you go look at a lot of stuff in the medical industry, pandemics, epidemics, anything of that nature is actually a huge part of healthcare. And a lot of people are very, very worried about it and interested in it. Like, go look at that movie on Netflix. Like, why there's people researching this every day. It's very important. But the problem is we don't give it the same weight, or we don't expect it to hold that much importance, and we don't really see it because we haven't had it happen. I mean, simple as that. But like we said, again, the chances it would take for this to turn into full-blown, crazy zombie movie, millions of people die, this would have to be the worst one in 100 years. And it would take a worse one in 100 years while having the best technology we've ever had in 100 years. So again, we're more connected than ever, but we also have more ways to keep ourselves healthy, and the quality of life has increased. So it's I think it's just it's like a sports game in a weird way. I think it's two opponents between overreaction and panic. I think the two opponents and everything, I think they're very well matched, and that's it. We have to see. So 50 people died of the flu. Exactly. So, that also comes up. Again, you guys should look it up. You can see it on the CDC and understand this is novel coronavirus. That's what they call it. A coronavirus has existed. The flu has existed. The flu actually mutates every single year. That's why people get it. So this is the flu. So when people are saying, well, people die this much from the flu, this falls in that category. So you're really arguing the same exact thing, that this kills people. But at the end of the day now, this is a flu that they don't know anything about. That literally in the last 2,020 years of the medical industry, life, everything, this formulation, it has not, no one's ever seen it. Simple as that. And then it's spreading faster, but that's what's scary. You get a bug that, it's crazy.
75.
It's nuts. Again, and it sucks. Hopefully you guys see, it's we won't really need to talk about this too much, but do you guys see the dialogue? Anytime we bring something up, you got people saying this or that, and I'm just I'm just talking about it with people, so it seems like we're talking about this a lot. But that it's a big cause of the market here today. It's both what's going on in Iran and Iraq and all that had a factor, but this was very, very important because as you guys are seeing, this is what I said last week. People aren't going to go outside. This is going to start impacting economies. You have to think, especially with it state-owned with China. They get paid by the government, but they get paid because they work and they make the government money. So what's happening? Where's this? Who's getting paid every single day? If they said nobody could return to work by February 8th, that news just came out. Somebody's losing money. There's literally companies, their income is virtually going to zero. someone knows about it who is unknown. So remember the lateral. I'm glad you guys are doing lateral thinking, but I mean now it's like it's positioning it. That's a way to generate ideas using what is it, the absurd stuff, and kind of pushing that envelope. But let's say somebody did know about it and they're unknown. If somebody knew about it and knew how to fix this and knew about the virus, there's more of an incentive for them to come forward because you would get paid a lot of money. So if you did know about it, you would make a lot of money. You would get anything you wanted. It'd be like a golden ticket. I got the golden ticket. I got the golden ticket. I got the golden ticket. Dun, dun, dun. I don't want anyone to attack everybody. I just love you guys. I want you to all be happy and safe. And I hope you guys make money investing and nobody gets hurt. Can we just be friends? I'm sorry. I won't say anything. I just want to be friends. They need each other at a time like this.
So let's move on.
Please.
Let's look at Roku.
Peace and love, baby. Peace and love. Please, man.
Right.
We took pictures when Primary also looked. Yeah, we could let's set it up and we'll get on we can even do it for the real estate channel if you're down to let me film it there.
Probably go to 130, 130.
We love you. I love you all, man. Please. That's what I'm saying, man. In a time like this, man, whether you see, and I'd rather say it right now than later, because it has more meaning if you could value it now. Just all love, baby. I'm telling you, man. Work together with people. If you guys honestly, like medical professionals, down to everything, man. Even finance. Like we are a special breed. Wall Street. We've learned a lot, man. You got to learn to work with people. It's okay. People gonna disagree with you. Fight each other with knowledge. Like let's test ideas. Let's do stuff like that. But don't fight each other. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like there's no point of getting mad at and don't get pissed off at it. Just relax. I'm telling you, man. You guys realize you're more likely to die from that Wuhan if you are stressed out and getting pissed off on the internet all the time. That increases cortisol. Cortisol is not good. It will reduce your ability to fight infection and disease. You see, I'm trying to keep you alive here. Just chill, okay? That's it. It's all love, man. It's all love. We love you all. It's a squad. It's a team. Even if you don't like us, we like you. That's fine. Some of you, it's okay. It's okay. People are going to disagree with you. That's fine. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's share information. Let's have educated discussions. Let's have discussion. Let's not argue. Okay, and arguing's not always bad. So that's another thing to put it. Because if someone is coming at you and you feel, don't just be quick. Just be slow to think that they're coming at you. Okay, that's it. Just be oblivious. Like, I don't think he's even saying anything bad about me. He just called you an idiot. I think he was talking in reference of if I was an idiot. Oh, he said he had money. I just want money. I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me, man.
Tesla.
I love some of you. The rest all hate. Fuck,
Do you see this, chat?
Sad as it is, man, that's nature.
540.
Not, but for your own benefit. Do you love yourself? How about that? If you love yourself, don't react to people that you hate. Simple as that. It's a waste of energy. Okay? But we need to work together.
535.
I need some unity in here, baby. I'm just telling you, that's the only way, literally, if we could, I love, again, I came on here even yesterday, the ability for for 1,800 people, that's like 3,600 eyeballs for us to work together, to source information, to bring information here. It's truly powerful, So let's take full advantage of it. I mean, that's it. So I want to see that because again, these are topics, bro. Again, as this stuff gets crazy, when I send it to tradingfraternity@gmail.com level and then say real estate in there. But telling y'all, man, let's go, baby. You guys, we gotta learn to work.
These are so
the right moment, right time.
Holy shit.
Positivity from Snowing with Constant. Amen. Everyone values their life more than others, but somehow they value the opinions of others more than their own. Ooh, tell him, Marcus Aurelius. When is Unc releasing that new track? It's at the producer still sitting on it, the label. The label still has to hold it. I call you and read you Marcus? Yes, because that was a quote from Marcus Aurelius. You want to jump to any more conclusions? Maybe you have Wuhan. Booking dropped.
Roku
Oh,
solid
remember I said that
breakdown.
the other day? I make a track about Wuhan. Oh my gosh, dude, look at Booking. How come Expedia didn't get that, dude? Oh, I put that on the watch. I didn't. Oh, I should have stroked. Oh, I should have stroked that. I should have striked on that. Yo, that's wild, bro. That's nutty. Bro, that's like, bro. Dude. Oh, I should have struck when I had the chance. The iron was hot. I didn't do it. Josh, to say counterintuitive, are we thinking it'll drop that much? What's the logic? The logic is during 2001, even 1920s. Yes, there is data on the market from 1920s. Anytime these outbreaks have happened, it affects consumer travel the most. And literally almost consistently, you get like a 30% haircut. So it's kind of taking, you know, I haven't done the calculation, so this is an assumption, but you could essentially assume it as underlying value of the asset in stock, subtracting 30% of the value, because that 30% of the value of the price is coming from pricing in of earnings and future growth. So I think that's pretty much going to change. But 30%. So UAL is pricing in about that 50, 55 is about a 30% drop on those. And that's traditionally what has happened during travel stocks, during, you know, moments and times like this. Oh, yeah, and Lending Tip is going live today. Lending Tips is going live today. I think we're going to do it after market. I told him to do that since some of you guys were a little, you know, he might have to do it later, though. It just depends on what time's available to call. So, yeah, make sure you guys are subscribed to the real estate channel. Again, make sure you guys are subscribed. Here, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch this main channel, and the one right below that is the real estate one. So don't miss out for that. That's great, bro. I saw the recap, bro. He got a lead on the first call for y'all, man. I need a what's it called? I wanted to give commentary. I think I'm gonna take Lending Tips' videos and then I'm gonna do commentary over it so you guys can understand what he's doing. I felt like John Madden because I heard what he did. I saw it. I watched the recap and I was like, oh, you guys are probably missing all the gems. He was doing some shit on that one, bro. Oh, you should. I'm telling you. He was doing some crazy shit on that call.
Roku, big volume. Below 124.50 is a pretty good spot.
SPY is coming down here, 323.50 again, 323.50 and 323 flat. These are very crucial levels. Intel's dropping, so get ready. I mean, everything. It's starting to look like a sell the rip, but again, if it stays in this range and we don't get a strong break, it's going to be interesting. Or I think that's what I was trying to say on this one.
120 is the target.
Yeah, right here.
For Roku,
So what's going to happen, the news is going to bring it down to near pre-market levels by close. So like I said, prepare to be disappointed. The market's going to open strong despite this was last updated at 401 yesterday. So you can see, again, these moments move very typical, but understand now the markets could open strong, and then if we don't get big breaks on the ranges today, we're pretty much just going to open up at the pre-market levels. That's where we're going to close because pre-market was still pretty steady. So by the end of today, if it doesn't break through and flush out, we'll probably close around here, or here by close. I say 323.78, 323.30, or that 322.80. Do I think it's going to affect imports? It has the potential to, but if you want to gauge the scale of any economic effect, it's very, very simple. The longer this goes on, it's an economic effect. So that's how big it will be. So again, if people can't work for one day, that has a price on it. You have to think, like literally, it's like oil. So in Russia in 2014, when oil dropped, and 2014, 2015, and oil dropped a lot, pretty much the government was losing like a couple $100 billion a day, or like 20 billion a day. So every single day of output being halted, that has a couple $1 billion effect. So it'll take a few different days. It's just like even with the tax stealing, right? So it's going to take time. Every single thing is, so the longer it goes on, the more serious the impact, the larger the negative effect of it actually halting economic activity, imports, exports, all of that. But right now, the world is still pumping, the world's still turning. You have a portion there, but it's only been one day. So if that goes on for 1 week, that has a different economic effect than 1 day, and 1 week has a different economic effect than 1 month, literally with the dollar value. Honestly, we could probably calculate it if we really wanted to. That might be a good economic lesson for some of you guys. Couple $100 million. No, I said a couple billion. Not a couple hundred. A couple $100 million is nothing, man. Like when you're talking oil, when you're talking global output of China, 56 million people, like literally just do the math. I mean, you know what I'm like, think about it. So let's say 56, 56 million people. What, how much do they pay them? Like $4 an hour? I'm being grossly, just ignorant I'm thinking China. So if they're paying them $4 an hour, they're probably making, let's say, $8 an hour, right? So in 1 day, 56 million people cannot work. That's what, $4.4 billion? Or is that, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Or is that 448 million? Yeah, okay, so 448 million, that's every single day. That's off of just the 56. So it's kind of, see, that's what I was saying. It's kind of small there. So 7 days, yeah, you're losing like $3 billion in a week. Not too bad. But that's assuming they only make $4 of output per worker off of 56 million people. So it's probably a lot more. So again, see how I'm factoring that $3.60 per hour is the average there, and you're assuming how much output are they. If I'm paying you $3.60 an hour, I should be making at least $6.70 or even if not triple that. No, I ain't count. No, I didn't count the hours, huh? Oh shit. I'm an idiot. Yeah, that's $4 billion. Dude, that's $4 billion an hour. Excuse me. So there you go. Never mind. Yeah, that was $4 billion an hour. So do the math.
The bids are.
Yeah, I didn't count the hours. That's $28 billion a day off of that calculation. $28 billion a day.
On Roku.
You could do the just you guys are better at math than I am.
Is a pretty good support, and I wouldn't.
Intel new lows. We're approaching 323.40. Was I born a savage? I don't think so. I don't know. Never really thought about it. So watch this, man. This is working like clockwork. Approaching that second hour. What will be a discount on the long term? Everything. We'll see, though. Earnings could mess that up, too. Earnings could either mess up the discounts or the virus is going to mess up earnings. That is going to be the hardest part to see here. So we have to really just observe everything. Mustafa, I'm gonna time you out. You can't flex, please. He sent me a text message with his gains. No flexing. Sorry. Please read the rules. Oh, there he is. You got fucking Wuhan spreading around the world and you texting me your gains? What do you think this is? What am I going to do with that? Oh, yeah, happy Wuhan. Congrats. Great, you made less money than people infected. Awesome. Awesome. More shares in the long term as the cases start to level out. No, I haven't grabbed more NVIDIAs yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. Yeah, the UVXY, it's good, but the UVXY is still kind of scary. Man, what a time. Earnings, blackouts, dude. This is crazy time. Again, Fed is on Wednesday. For the scream alerts, got you, baby. Got you. But that's what's crazy. Fed is going to be Wednesday, your first live Fed meeting of 2020. That is your real live meeting, bro. It means that it could affect bond rates, and even that has something that could just affect kind of, you know, we'll even see what they say with the virus and global stability and all that. So we'll see. So SPY's bouncing back up a little to the VWAP. I think the Fed is going to be pretty neutral, but that I honestly don't know. I really don't know. Because again, now this might be they'll probably be slow to address this, honestly. Now I think about it, that's just how the Fed is. They'll be real. They won't even. They'll probably say a mention of the coronavirus, but they won't really address it. They'll just label it a broader global concerns. But there's a lot that could happen from the Fed. We need to see what they're going to say for the rest of 2020, how they're planning stuff. So that's what we have to watch out for. But yeah, the Fed could cut rates to spur global activity, but it would be too soon for them to do that. You know, that's a big tool. They're going to wait until there's a real effect that's actually slowing, like, you know, because again, you get quarterly data, right? So you're going to have to wait until all the data comes out. You know, we won't be able to see, we won't see the economic effects for a few months. Broke up with my girlfriend in 3 years, not really feeling motivated. Well, just go do something you enjoy then. Just relax, baby. You got a cold. I mean, if that helps. Keep it market or Kobe related, please. I mean, I'm waiting here. This is the moment of truth. Again, we have to just see as the news headlines come out. It's going to be crazy. We're literally gapped down 450 points. We're holding up here. We got the little mini sell the rip. Now we're at the middle at VWAP. It's going to be crazy. careful, baby. There you go, Adam Fulton. My man. So beast for this man. M&A or man? I don't know. But I love you, Adam Fulton. Good to see that name. Good to see that name. TLT wants more. Let's go, man. It's dribbling. It's coming in slow, man. I really hope this spy play hits, man. God willing, bro. We'll see whatever happens. But I'm cool with losing $200 if that means the shit doesn't get crazy. I don't want this thing to get crazy. I think, dude, this will be. Like give me like a few more days. If it keeps growing at this in a few more days, I'm gonna start getting real tinfoily. You do? Well, you're a sick fuck. Okay, I'm gonna pray for you. In the meantime, go sit in the corner. Okay, we don't want this. I said we don't want anybody to die. Okay, we don't want anyone to get hurt. Nothing, baby. At work, I thought I got Wuhan over the weekend. Yeah, be careful, baby. That Wuhan's crazy. Can we do a play? You signed up for stream alerts. You want? Wait, did you not get any yet? We've sent stream alerts all day today. So if you haven't get them, shoot an email. Make sure you send an email. Make sure you guys put in. This hasn't happened ever, but it did finally happen. Somebody for stream alerts, they put a landline. Unfortunately, we can't send text messages to landlines. So make sure you have that checked out. Make sure you guys have filled out everything. Make sure you've watched the video. And if all else, if you're still not getting them, send an email through where you signed up, and we'll get you done there. Telling my kids, be louder, they'll get the Wuhan. I've been saying that all day. I was like, get that Wuhan out of here, man. She's sick on the East Coast. She's refusing. How long has she been sick for? That's usually the case. It's how long do you stay sick for, and then the severity of it, you know. As long as, make sure, as long as someone can take her temperature, or if she has somewhere, as long as the temperature doesn't get too high, she should be good. I mean, these are some of the key things with the Wuhan. Can you hit me with the personal call for stream alerts? Unfortunately, we don't have that feature enabled. Wuhan gang ain't nothing up. So she could have got it 2 weeks ago. I thought about it. I was like, I could have been exposed to Wuhan. Think about it. I went to Vegas 2 weeks ago. I was on a plane. Plane landed in LA. And then and then I was in Vegas. There's a lot of people in Vegas. So if any Wuhan, I know a lot of Chinese people like the Cosmopolitan. That could have been a lot of Wuhan. If anybody immigrates, it's crazy. How you doing, baby? We love you. Ghetto Spreado. That's a cool name. I like that. Ghetto Spreado. Hello, Chinese everywhere. I don't know. I mean, I think what's it called? I don't think you guys, did anybody get the funniest comment from Friday? I'm telling you, bro. There's such a funniest. It's crazy. Thanks for all you do. Watch for a year now. Finally come profitable 6 months in a row. Thanks to your wise word. I get a spread and secure the bag. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You guys, that was the funniest comment on Friday, man. Someone was so dead serious. They were like, what did they say? They said, they're like, I think UC Irvine has it. There's a lot of Asians in UC Irvine. It's like, bro, this is a virus. You don't just get it if you're Asian. That was the funniest. I told someone that comment and we were dying. That was like, I think that was literally the funniest comment of Friday. So hopefully, I don't know, maybe I don't want to encourage it, but just keep an eye out for those, because I think in the midst of this craziness, there's some funny comments that you see. So I want it to be organic. I don't want you guys to try to make joke, but that was a funny comment. But like, they were serious. They were literally like, they that's why I think it was so funny. They weren't saying it to be a joke. Like, they were like genuinely like, oh yeah. See my comment, my friend goes in with, really? Oh wait, did you message me that or did you email me that? I feel like I read something on that. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys know number way to fight Wuhan is to stay hydrated and healthy and to get a good amount of physical activity, my friends. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. If you're on mobile, wow, 1.1 by the second hour. Y'all came to play today, baby. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yes, yes. So drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the bell so you don't miss it when we go live, my friends. This is going to be the place you're going to want to be if you can't be there. First link for your stream alerts, a.k.a. your stream insurance, boot camp and real estate course. And then second link for the nightly watch list main channel. Check out the other channels. We're going to go live on the real estate channel. Check out all that. And now read the rules, my friends. This is our holy hour. So if you don't know, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. I did want to tell you, it's been 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. We're going to close, my friends. Sitting is the new smoking. So our requirement, and now it is a very big requirement, this is our anti-Wuhan prevention methodology. We need to prevent everybody from getting the Wuhan. The cult needs you alive, and we need the blood pumping, baby. Okay? Need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. If you can't do 5, you do 4. You can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up plank. Anything, get some level of physical activity, baby. So let's go. Bust that out. Then the optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. That feels good. Relax your jaw. Open your mouth. Go, Breathe in real deep. Do the dragon breath. Then breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Ow, my jaw is sore. It's really tight. See, some of you guys might have lockjaw and you don't know it. Oh, high ticker going crazy. Oh, everything. Look at the VWAP. That thing gonna go crazy. Ooh, getting the dips in. That's a great full body workout, my friend. It's a great full. I like your style, baby. I like your style. He doing push-ups. He doing physical activity. Let's go, baby. I gotta stay alive. Yeah, honestly, I mean, you guys can't do 24 in the name of Kobe. I want to, honestly. I'm just not. I had this stream yesterday. I just don't even want to talk about it, man. I'm telling you guys, like, you have no idea. Like, it's like one of very few things that gets me more emotional. I got more emotional about Kobe than in the worst times of my long-term portfolio or anything. So, yeah, I could do. I'm just not even gonna talk about it. I'm gonna try not to. Oh, UVXY dropping big. All right, man. Get these push-ups in. Get these workouts. Oh, I cried too, bro. Oh, don't worry. I cried. Coronavirus does not appear to have mutated. U.S. says 110 people under monitoring. That's it, and they're saying now it has not mutated. Let's go, baby. Mamba Nike commercial. Nah, man. I don't know, man. But let's go, man. Bust out these workouts. Do it, man. Honestly, I'm literally, I don't know if you see, I'm like literally getting goosebumps, man. I'm just telling you, man. Just what would Kobe want, man? The Mamba mentality, bro. Guy was a competitor. He was fierce. You know, he wouldn't even want you to cry for him, honestly. He'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Get back in the game. Get to practice. Get working. So, let's go, man. Run it up. Let's hit these 24, baby. People die every day. I know they do. Different people have different impacts on different people. If I died tomorrow, how would you feel? How would somebody in China feel? They probably wouldn't care as much as you would. So, that's it, man. He had a huge impact. I know, at least for me. Don't even say that, man. I gotta keep it real with them. I mean, everybody tries to boil it. People die every day. The Wuhan die. Liverlux. Gotta put it into perspective.
All right, I'm gonna keep the stream on, but I'm gonna put on Kobe's interview with Patrick Bet David.
There you go.
Wow. I heard about these. I've never seen one before.
Yeah, well, now you have.
Yeah.
So at 13 years old, I had a I had a kill list. I gotta hunt them down. Now you got a problem.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Seriously.
Seriously, this is gonna be fun. Michael in particular, he become my big brother.
The greatest of all time.
Oh, we call him Black Jesus. You're not intimidating me. We're gonna go at it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
You're about to take your shot, and then all of a sudden, boom.
The kiss of death. Man, my back was really spasming.
How the hell do you tolerate that kind of pain?
I played games with the flu. I played games with 102-degree fever, man.
Powerful.
Right. They all thought I was absolutely crazy the day me and Shaq got in a fist fight.
Fist fight.
Oh, yeah.
Fist fight.
Oh, I'm not backing down. Listen, hey, dude, you got to throw me the ball. I said, man, fuck that. Get it off the rebound if I miss, bro.
You told them this. It doesn't bother you.
I'm fine, dude.
So, he's had a lot of heart attacks. We're watching game one. Iverson hits the shot over Ty Lue, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Game ends, they win the first game. My dad gets up and my dad says, Patrick, take me to the hospital. We went straight to the hospital because he was having heart issues. So that's how much we go back watching you grow up. You know, watching you play. It was amazing doing what you did for one organization for 20 years. But, you know, before we get into it and kind of talk about what you're working on today and some of the mental toughness stuff here, if I was in high school with you,
Yeah.
outside of your game, outside you playing ball, who was Kobe Bryant as an individual and personality in high school? If we were in high school together.
Much the same that I am now, actually, which is extremely curious. Extremely curious. I had a great teacher in high school. Her name is Jane Mastriano, who I'm still very close to. And she sparked my curiosity in writing. And the reason why I felt it was important at the time was not for the writing's sake, or not for storytelling purposes, but there are things in story, inherently in story, that can help me be a better basketball player, be a better teammate, a better leader, understand emotions better. So that's why I got into storytelling, actually. So it's just insanely curious, man. And, trivial things weren't going to pull my attention. It had to be things, weren't going to pull my attention. It had to be things that I had a purpose. I wanted to be one of the best basketball players to ever play. And anything else that was outside of that lane, I didn't have time for.
At what age did that goal become crystal clear?
I made that deal with myself at 13 years old.
At 13 years old?
13 years old. That's the
you
deal
were
I made.
crystal clear about it?
Crystal clear.
And where did inspiration come from?
The love of the game. The love of the game, the challenge. Like, I would watch Magic play, I'd watch Michael play, and I would see them do these unbelievable things, and I'd say, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out. Let's find out. And so that curiosity to see where I could push this thing led me down that path, I think.
Led you down that path?
I think so.
Now, were you always competitive from the day you were born? You were super competitive?
Competitive with things that I participate in. So I'll put it to you this way. So Michael is competitive in all things that don't make sense, right?
Ping pong.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So he would try to get me to play golf all the time. Mike, I know about you. I've written books report about you in elementary school. I know you started playing golf when you were in Carolina. So that means if I'm doing the math, you've been playing golf for 100 fucking years. I have not picked up a golf club.
Ever?
Ever. The last thing you're going to do is get me on a golf course and annihilate me. Not going to do it.
You've never picked up a golf
No,
club?
I did it one time, and I was hitting 400-yard grounders.
Grounders.
And so it got my competitiveness going. I got to learn this game. But then I broke my finger during that year, and then I couldn't play much, and that was it.
So the one thing when I see with you, and I think about brain, and I think focus. You know how so many different things brain can get distracted on, and I'm going to put focus on this, and focus on this, and focus on this. Mm-hmm. Do you think one of the edge you had over everybody else was the biggest percentage of your focus was on one thing? Mm-hmm. Do you see it that way? That was my edge over everybody else?
I do. At the time, I didn't really understand that, right? So, basketball for me was the most important thing. So everything I saw, whether it was TV shows, whether it was books I read, people I talked to, everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft.
The world becomes your library to help you improve your craft, better your craft.
Yes, indeed.
So because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information you need to become better at it.
Because you know what you're looking for. Yeah.
So when you sized your peers up, how'd you size your peers up? If you're sizing people, I'm talking you're 13 years old, you're sizing peers up, what lens are you looking through your peers?
So at 13 years old, I had a I had a kill list. And so, they used to do these rankings. It was Street and Smith basketball rankings. And I was nowhere to be found because I was 6'4", scrawny, 160 pounds soaking wet. So I was 57 on the list. And so I would look at 56, 55, all the way up to number 1, who these players are, what club teams they played for. So when we go on an AAU travel circuit, I got to hunt them down. Right? And so that became my mission in high school, is to check off every other person, all those 56 other names, hunt them down and knock them down. That was it.
Get a target on them right off the bat.
That was it.
Very simple. That's unbelievable. Let me ask you this question. You say I'm one of the guys on that list ahead of you, and we play. What are you doing to get a feel? Is your mind are you asking, let me see if this guy's better than me in this side, and this side, and this side? Or are you just going saying, I'm going to kill this guy?
Well, it depends what year. So at 13 years old, I played the longer game because my game wasn't about being better than you at 13. It was to be better than you when, the chips are really on the line. So when we played at 13, I would size you up and see what your strengths and weaknesses are. How do you approach the game? Are you silly about it? Are you goofy about it? Are you good at it just because you're bigger and stronger than everybody else? right? Or is there actually thought and skill that you put into it, right? And when I'd play to my weaknesses. I wouldn't play to my strengths. I played to my weaknesses. Because when you're playing summer basketball, there's so many games. So there's not a lot of skill work being done. So when are you going to get better, right? When you're playing in competition situations, you're only playing to your strengths. Why? Because you want to win, right? So what I would do, I was work on the things during those games that I was weak at. Left hand, pull-up jump shot, post game, right? So I have a strategy. And so then fast forward to when I'm 17, and my game is completely well-rounded, and that player at 13 that I saw at 13 is still doing the same shit at 17, now you got a problem.
That's right.
You got a problem.
And you saw that.
You got a problem.
And by the way, let me ask you, so that's high school. You go into the league. When you're going into the league, you're going with a lot of guys that were, same age, same class as you were going in.
Yeah.
Were you sizing those guys up the same exact way as you did in high school?
I did, but in the NBA, it was actually easier. Because what I found in the NBA is a lot of guys played for financial stability. And when they came to the NBA, they got that financial stability. So therefore, the passion and the work ethic and the obsessiveness was gone. So I'm looking at that, I'm like, oh my God, it's gonna be like taking candy from a baby. No wonder Mike wins all these fucking championships. It's like, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then you had the players that had that passion, but weren't willing to commit their entire lives to doing that, right? It's a choice, right? You have other things. You have family. You have all these other things that you have to do. The game can't really be your number one priority. And so I was just looking at that like, man, this is going to be fun.
In the Muse, you said, I knew you couldn't do what I was doing because I was obsessed. I'm paraphrasing. And then you said, whether it's friends, relationship, it didn't matter. It was all basketball.
Yeah.
If I'm buddies with you from high school, if I'm a cousin of yours, what happened to our relationship? How did that gravitate when you went into the league and you're determined to become the greatest, or you're determined to become one of the greatest? What happens to our relationship?
Oh, it suffers.
It does suffer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you understood that. You were okay with that.
Well, yeah. And the people that love you, like friends and family, like they know that about you.
Got it.
So they let you be you. And when you reconvene, you pick back up where you left off. Mm-hmm. But make no mistake about it, everything in between is lost, right? So those long-term relationships, the commitment of time of, taking vacation. Like I see a lot of players take vacations with other players that are close friends. And just take vacations just to take vacations, or just hang out just to hang out. Like I never did that. But
why not though? Why didn't you do that?
Well, because when I retire, I didn't want to have to say, I wish I would have done more. I don't want that. I don't want that.
So, okay, so you come in. It's very powerful what you just said. Some of your peers were in it for the money, so they got the money. Okay, great. Buy a house for my mom. Dad wanted that car. Get this, get that, have fame, go to different cities. I'm partying. I'm doing all this other stuff. Who were some of the guys that you saw and you watched that weren't just driven by the money? Were there some names that you looked at and says, these three guys are as crazy as I am?
At the time, I deal with what I've referred to as Goat Mountain. I went to Goat Mountain, and I talked to Magic, Michael, Bird, Hakeem Olajuwon, Jerry West, Oscar Robinson, Bill Russell. So I would talk to them. What did you do? What were your experiences? Michael in particular, he's become my big brother. He's been my big brother since I first came in the league. And what was that process like? So I went to them and started understanding the ins and outs of the game, and how they approach things and their level of detail and obsessiveness, and that's what I did.
Why do you think, and first of all, let me ask how it felt, but I'm curious to know why you think as well. How did it feel knowing, like, from the moment you got into the league, the guy at the time is the greatest of all time, everybody wants to be like Mike, Gatorade, all this stuff. The level of respect he had for you when he spoke about you was different than everybody else. And you're an 18, 19-year-old kid at that time.
Yeah.
How did that feel when you heard how he spoke about you?
It made me feel good, But no, like what I told him, I was like, you didn't say anything I didn't already know. So, you know, so like when, I tell you, like when I was in high school, and I used to work out with the 76ers. I used to ask him, you know, what's it like to guard Mike? He go, Mike? You mean Black Jesus? I'm like, what the fuck? Black who? Oh, we call him Black Jesus. Or you can call him Black Cat. I'm like, I'm gonna call him fucking Mike. That's his fucking name. So the level of fear that he inspired in others was insane. Wow. And I would tell him, I said, when I face him, we're gonna go at it. He says, oh, you don't wanna do that. I'm like, what? Man, you don't know me, man. And so when we matched up, I think he understood that. And you know, when I was 18, my first year, he got the best of me a bunch of times. I was right there the next play. You're not intimidating me, I'm not going anywhere. And I think he saw that level of respect, because I think he was the same way at 18 years old. And that common bond is what I think, you know, where our connection was built.
Yeah, it was great watching you guys going back and forth, whether it was the All-Star game or whether the famous scene where, you know, you're guarding him, he's in front of you, you're asking him a question, there's a question, and he's saying footwork and do this.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful watching that take place with the two of you guys. How's your relationship today?
Oh, it's my big brother, man. Like, I can't, you know, it's, we talk often. We send each other Christmas cards every year.
Send each other Christmas cards.
Every year, that we have nothing to do with, but, you know, yet and still, you know. But we're extremely close, man.
Extremely?
Extremely close.
That's
extremely
great. That's great. Yeah, you know, it's, as a fan, I'm not in your world. Your world is a whole different world. I just see it from a fan, and I just see it from what experts say. But as a fan, I feel that's exactly how it would be with you and him, because the level of respect from both sides is reciprocal. And it's great to hear that. Going a little bit past it, you know, you came into the league, you start playing. First year, you get traded for Divac, which we were devastated when we lost Vlade Divac. I want you heartbroken when we lost Divac. Okay. I think he got the sarcasm. Some of you guys who don't know basketball, you missed that one. It's kind of one like this. But Kobe shows up. I mean, I'm like a kid in a candy store. When you show up, I'm like, oh, no more Sedale treat. We're going to get some real players. Nothing against these guys, but we wanted some entertainment, you know?
Yeah.
So you show up and you play, and there was the one game. I think you started getting a little bit more playing time. I think you did 7.2 points a game because they won't let you play. The coach was just not putting you in there.
Yeah.
Second season was like 15. I bet if you take your first three and you played college, you're 25.4. Would be a 26.5, 26.6 type of a number.
Yeah.
But your first 3 seasons, then the one game, it's the last game of the season, you play Utah.
Yeah.
The one where you shoot 3 air balls at the end.
5. It was like 5.
And then you hit one and his team doesn't go in, right? Mm-hmm. Malone, one of the Malones came and spoke to you. I don't know who it was, from the Jazz.
Malone,
He was saying something, you were not even paying attention. Shaq was whispering something in your ear. What did Shaq say to you in that moment?
I don't even know.
You don't remember?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Got
you know, like it was, you know, like for me, it's maybe it's a little like asshole of me or whatever, but whatever. He was trying to whisper encouraging things. I was like, I'm fucking fine. Okay, I shot 5 air balls on national TV in front of millions of people that cost us the series, and I'm 18. I'm fine, dude.
How do you get there how does somebody get there mentally with that public humiliation? To some people hurts them and they don't come back because, you know, there was a player, Barbosa. I don't know if you remember Barbosa.
Yeah.
Of course you remember.
Of course.
He was extremely talented for quick first step, but they said he wouldn't do well when the spotlight was on him.
Yeah.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you know, you got to look at the reality of the situation. You know, like for me, it's not, you know, you kind of got to get over yourself. Like, it's not about you, man. Like, okay, you feel embarrassed. You're not that important. Like, get over yourself.
That's where you go.
Get over yourself, right? Like, you're worried about how people may perceive you, and like you're walking around and it's embarrassing because you shot 5 air balls. Get over yourself, right? And then after that, it's okay, well, why did those air balls happen? Got it. High school, year before, we played 35 games, max, right? Week in between, spaced out. Plenty of time to rest. In the NBA, it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online. Every shot was online, but every shot was short. right? I got to get stronger. I got to train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I got to tailor it for an 82-game season so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there. So I look at it with rationale and say, okay, well, the reason why I shot air balls is because my legs aren't there. I go, well, next year they'll be there. That was it.
Done.
Done.
And then what is your process of improvement with your schedule leaving? Because, you know, Phil Jackson gets asked between you and MJ, right? Because he coached both of you guys. So, you know, you constantly gets asked that question.
He's always going to pick the first child.
He's going to pick the first child. But I tell you, he said something about you that to me, it's a level of respect that any player can duplicate what he said about you. To me, the level of respect for that is a whole different level. You can't teach big hands. Right? You cannot teach that, right? You cannot teach 49, 48-inch, whatever the vertical leap is, and you cannot teach that, right? But he said nobody in his history of coaching had your level of work ethic. I mean, you hear so many guys tell stories about your work ethic. What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, every day. I mean, since, you know, 20 years. I mean, it was an everyday process and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Man, my vertical was a 40. It wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive. Right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen them so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast. Right? So I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And but I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can remember when I started watching the game, I studied the game, and it just never changed.
Technical question here. Let's see how you can answer this. Who would Shaq be if he had your work ethic?
He'd be the greatest of all time.
If Shaq had your work ethic,
he'd be the greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time by a mile.
Sure. He'd be the first to tell you that, for sure. I mean, this guy was a force like I have never seen. I mean, it was crazy. You know, a guy at that size, generally guys at that size are a little timid and they don't want to be tall. They don't want to be big. Man, this dude he did not care. He was mean. He was nasty. He was competitive. He was vindictive. I mean, I wish he was in the gym. I would have had fucking 12 rings.
If you had the work ethic.
My God, yeah. We ain't be close.
Wow. And let me ask you this question. And by the way, I'm not asking this question to create feud between you and him.
I don't care, bro. Listen, me and Shaq sit down all the time, and I say, dude, if your lazy ass was in shape.
I hear you saying all the time, and he takes it.
I tell him all the time.
I'm asking this question for a different reason. I'm asking this question because, look, we've grown as a company extremely fast. We went from one office with 66 agents to 10,900 offices, 10,900 agents in 49 states, and we're the fastest growing insurance company now. But I say it for one reason. And by the way, this message is directed to a lot of you, so hear me out very simply. The fact that you say the work ethic side, the fact that you say work ethic side, and you say, hey, if he would have worked that hard as I did, do you think if he would have had the same level of commitment to the game as you did, you guys would have had fewer feuds between each other?
Yeah, because listen, I don't deal with people that don't commit at that level, but then act as if they do. I don't deal with that. I don't. It's real shit. I mean, listen. So, like, we used to get into stuff all the time because it was like, you know, he would say, okay, Kobe's not throwing me the ball. And, you know, media would take it and run with it and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, bruh, if you were in shape, by the time I run down on a fast break and run back and then run down, you're still coming down the first time, bruh. Like, what the hell do you want me to do? Right? So a lot of our contention came from that.
And even though he was older, you were still confronting him. You didn't care.
Oh, I didn't care, man.
From
listen,
day one,
bro.
From day one.
I knew for sure Rick Fox, my teammates, they all thought I was absolutely crazy the day me and Shaq got in a fist fight. After that day, they were like, okay, Kobe, you're certifiable.
Fist fight.
Oh, yeah.
Fist fight.
I'm not backing down. Listen, either you're going
and
to whoop
Shaq
my
have a
ass
fist
or we're going to have a night. But, you know, ain't no way. You know, there's a level of respect. And for Shaq, too, by the way, and I know he's told me that day was a big turning point for him because it was like, you know, he's generally used to talking trash and saying what he wants and nobody really stepping up and challenging him on that. And when he saw me challenge him on that, he was like, this kid's crazy. All right, I can win with that, you know? And so that was kind of the beginning of our relationship, I think.
That's probably never happened to him. That's probably not something that's common to him.
No,
I mean, he's also 7 feet tall since he was 3 years old or something, right?
There was this is all coming back to me right now. There's also a game in Phoenix my first year we were playing, and he kept posting up, but they kept fouling him, so he kept going to the free throw line and kept missing them. And so he'd throw the ball out to me. I'm not throwing that shit back in there, right? So I kept shooting him, right? So we get in the timeout, and he's like, hey, I'm open. I'm like, okay. And so we go out, and same thing, hey, I'm open. Okay. There you go. Come back in, hey, dude, you got to throw me the ball. I said, man, fuck that. Get it off the rebound if I miss, bro.
You told him this. First year.
18 years old, man. 18 years old. And I must have been out of my damn mind.
So did you have guys you went to outside of the players? Like when you come in to figure out a way to improve your game. We had Billy Beane here a couple days ago. And I don't know if you know who Billy Beane is. If you've seen the movie Moneyball, he's the guy, Billy Beane.
Of course.
So he talked a lot about predictive analytics. He talked about the fact that the year Moneyball came out, the year prior to that, they paid players and looked at on-base percentage as 8 stat. And the year Moneyball came out, all the scouts started making on-base percentage number 1, what they recruited for, right? Did you have ways to improve your game by looking at data, looking at conditioning? What were some of the factors you looked at on how to improve your game season after season?
The game itself it's a complicated answer. So there are very tactical things in terms of footwork and geometry of the court. So you're looking at the court and looking at the 45-degree angles that the court is shaped in and how it needs to operate. That's one component to it. So looking at spots on the floor where you can increase your efficiency, right? You can be on the wing, but there's a certain spot on the wing that improves your angle to drive to the basket, right? So that sort of stuff. Footwork of the opposition, looking at the emotion of the opposition, their tendencies, their weaknesses, and all that stuff. Understanding the momentum of the game, how to create momentum shifts, where momentum shifts come from, all this sort of stuff. And then studying outside of that, right? Looking at different industries, looking at conductors, looking at writers, looking at actors and how they get into character and then how do they keep themselves in that mental space. So looking at different industries, looking at nature itself and learning from that and how you can incorporate that into the game. Man, it's a lot of studying.
What's your process for making a decision? Do you have a flow of how you go through making a decision?
Depends on the decision. Depends on the decision. If we're talking about, a basketball decision where, you've got to, read a certain coverage or something like that. I mean, a lot of that comes from the pre-work and understanding what their defensive package is and how to put teammates in certain situations. So, for example, if you look at players nowadays that are charged with taking game-winning shots or making game-winning decisions, and you look at the play and then you look at it and say, okay, well, that shooter was there, the double team came, and, the player couldn't do anything but pass the ball, right? Well, that's because they didn't do the pre-work, right? So when you do the pre-work, you understand, okay, this team in this situation likes to run a double team from this particular angle. All right, so I'm going to clear that side out, force the double team to come from a different angle, move myself to a space on the floor where it's going to take a long time for the double team to come, and now I can circumvent the double team and get to a place on the floor where I can knock down a shot or get to the basket. So it's all that pre-work.
Decision, when I say decision, if you're looking at somebody that you're sizing up, or if you're looking at somebody to go into business with, or if you're looking at a big investments you got to make, what is the decision-making process there? Do you call, first you do your own research, you take this much time, you call an advisor, is there a system you follow?
No, it's pretty simple for me. It's do you understand the business? Is it a business that you can help in some form or fashion? What are the barriers of entry to that business? And then the entrepreneurs themselves, the company itself, right? Do they have a culture that you believe is sustainable? Are these leaders people that you believe in? Are they people that are obsessives? And in turn, have they created a culture of obsessiveness? So I tend to look at those 4 factors, and that's it. That's all.
That's big right there, by the way. I don't know if you guys caught that right there. That's pretty massive right there. Earlier you said, I'm probably not going to get this right, a 16-year-old, a 13 or 11-year-old?
Yeah, 13. 16, 13, 2, and 1 that's a month.
1 that's a month, by the way, right? 1 that's a month.
All girls.
All girls, 444. So 16 means you're in your 5th, 6th year having a baby?
Yeah.
Is it something like that, right? Give or take. What was the conversation like with your wife to say, listen, this is the schedule? Because look, you know, some entrepreneurs, they're coming home at night and late, oh my gosh, my wife is upset because I came home at 11:30.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a sacrifice I'm making. You know, this life's, you know, I don't know if I can do this.
Sure.
You're on the road 9 months out of the year. If you
Sure.
especially played Olymp, you won 2 gold medals, so you're doing that on the off season and you're trying to get that part going and training for doing your camps. What is the conversation like with your wife and kids to say, listen, this is what I'm doing? How did that conversation go?
Well, with the kids, it's different. So, like, the communication with our children is that, you know, Pops is working hard. This is the level of attention to detail you need to have in everything you do. So it's setting the example. Same thing with my wife. My wife's a stay-at-home wife. It's the hardest job, man. Right? So she works really hard at that. I mean, it's, you know, and so her attention to detail with that as well are examples for our children. And then for my wife, it's, you know, she's as competitive as I am. She's just like, listen, man, if you're going to be out here training 8 hours a day, if you're going to spend 9 months out of the year away from your family, you better fucking win the championship. What are we doing this for? What are we doing?
That.
What are we doing?
I love that.
You know, but it's a balancing act. And that's the thing that's important, is understanding that we have to have so much energy. Because for like Natalia and Gianna when they were babies, especially Natalia because she was doing prime years, and I go to practice and I'd train and, you know, I'd play the game and, you know, I'd come home and I'd be sore and I'd be tired. And she wants to go swimming, she wants me to take her to the park, she wants to just jump on my back or whatever the case may be. You can't say, I'm too tired, I'm going to lay down. That's not fair. She don't know what the hell's going on, right? And if this was a game, you'd suck it up and play. I play games with the flu. I play games with 102-degree fever, man.
Powerful.
You can't do that.
That is so powerful.
Right?
Man.
You got to be on, man.
That's big. Did you guys, would you sit at the, because you're obviously very detailed, your show. I mean, you're a very, very detailed guy. Would you guys have a meeting, like I sit there and say, okay, if I'm thinking like Kobe, let's just say Kobe is trying to schedule out his year, season's about to start. Would you sit with her and say, okay, babe, this is the schedule next 12 months. Tell me about birthdays. Tell me about this.
Yes.
Is that what you guys do?
Yeah, I look at it and say, okay, birthdays, what am I missing? Valentine's Day, Halloween, Christmas, you know, Easter, like all that fun stuff. I look at the schedule and see what I'm there for, what I'm not there for. Christmas, is it a road game or a home game this year? And then we make a family decision. Does family travel? Do I come back? Like sometimes I'd fly back. Like I'd play a game and to not miss my daughter's birthday, I'd fly back, be there for her birthday, and then fly back with the team, you know, just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Respect. What's the least amount of sleep you played a game on?
No
Is
sleep.
there a story where it's like, you know, no one knows about, where you went and played a game and it was so insane for whatever reasons?
No sleep.
You played a game with zero sleep.
Zero sleep. Zero sleep. It's like, you know, kids, you know, Natalia had a certain, you know, health situation or what have you, and you're staying up all night, and then you got to go out and perform because fans don't know, you know, teammates don't know, nor do they care, nor should they, that you've been up all night. You got to perform, right? And so You just got to go to work, man.
That's respect.
That's
That's
it.
respect. And I think one of the things for some, if you follow basketball or not, that you and Mike had in common is that it wasn't, hey, I'm going to take 8 games off this year to try to stay healthy. The mindset of knowing, like that to you is comical, right, to do that.
What the hell is that, man? I don't know what that is. That's crazy. Seriously, it's crazy. Like, you got a lot of people paying their hard-earned money to come watch you perform. Perform. It's your job to be in shape. It's your job to be strong enough to perform at that level every single night. And as a competitor, I'm not ducking shit. Like, it's not, oh my God, my back hurts, I'm sore, we got to play Vince Carter and Toronto Raptors tonight. We actually had this happen. We had a game against Toronto in 2000, and Vince was tearing the league up. My back was jacked. But like the perception of that, like what? Kobe's missing the game against Toronto and Vince Carter because my back was really spasming. But people will be like, what? Oh, he's ducking Vince. Excuse me? No, I don't think so. So I would be in the layup line like, okay, there's a lot of days where, you can rest and recover. Today ain't one of them. Your back can bother you any other day. That shit ain't bothering me today. He gonna have to see me today. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
He was another one that came in. You thought for sure, he was going to be one of the, in a whole different league when he came in. Obviously, he just I don't know what his vertical leap is, 46, 47. It's out of this world what he does.
Best dunker I've ever seen.
Insanity is, Vinsanity is why they call him that. So
crazy.
You're an alpha. You have a very strong personality, extremely strong personality. And then you got a team with Shaq, and then you got a team with Phil Jackson, and you guys are all working together. How was it taking coaching from an alpha and you're an alpha? And was there a progression of you finally understanding him or him understanding you? What did that look like, the relation between you and Phil?
No, at first it was rocky, but I didn't understand it was rocky. And let me elaborate. I was extremely naive. And with Phil and his genius, his responsibility was to get the team to a place to win titles. It wasn't to appease one player. It wasn't to look out for this player. It was to get the collective whole to win a championship. So he would do whatever it took to make sure that happened. He would see the friction between myself and Shaquille and say, okay, how can I use that? All right, I know Kobe has a passion to play, so come hell or high water, doesn't matter what's going on in his personal life, doesn't matter what's happening here with the team, he's going to show up and perform no matter what. Shaq is more emotional. If something's going on, he won't. So therefore, I got to figure out how to create a wedge between myself and Kobe, because then that brings me closer to Shaquille. And then that helps me better manage Shaq. So that was his ability to manage the team, which was absolutely brilliant. I used to tell him all the time, I said, Phil, look, I know what you're doing, bro. Like, don't insult my intelligence. I know you're being a dick to me on purpose. Like, just, tell me. No? Okay, you're going to stay with it? All right, cool. All right.
How's your relationship till today? I mean, you guys won 5
It's like a father figure.
Really?
Yeah, it feels like a father figure, man.
So when you were hearing all the experts saying what they were saying, commentators saying what they were saying about Phil, how were you taking that when they were saying what they were saying about him when he was at the Knicks?
I thought it was funny. And I told Phil, I said, Phil, this is all just karma for writing literally 3 books about me. This is your karma.
You told him that?
I did tell him that. It was just all in good fun. But I was upset because people don't understand him. And he is a genius in every sense of the word. And how he sees the game, how he sees the spirituality of the game. And people don't understand that. And worse than that, they're intimidated by that. And even worse, they try to discredit that because they do not have the level of passion and obsessiveness to get to that level. So they figure the best thing to do is to tear that level down. That's fucked up.
I'm with you. They're 100%, by the way. Obviously, he had a lot of interesting rituals. You would hear about the yoga. You would hear about all the stuff that he would do. What is the weirdest thing he did with you in practice that you're like, what the hell are we doing here?
He had a Tai Chi master come to practice. And we walk out there, and the Tai Chi master standing in center court, and he tells us to take our shoes off. And I'm pissed because I'm ready to like play basketball. And he's standing up there and says everybody closes their eyes and stuff, and he does stuff like monk gazing at moon, and talks about the fingertips and barely touching and the spirituality of all that. And I'm peeking around like, is everybody doing this shit? Like, what the hell's going on? And there, and big ass Phil's there doing it himself. He's like, he's doing this whole, like, doing all this stuff, And I'm like, damn, okay, I'm gonna try it. But honestly, I bought into it. I bought into the meditation. I bought into the deeper connection that exists within the game. And so when you watch our teams, or you watch any of Phil's teams, or Chicago teams, Game 6 against Utah, you watch our games, Game 7 against Boston, we were never rattled, ever, because we're always in the moment, always in the present, always extremely calm, always looking at the reality of the situation and not letting our emotions cloud our execution. And that comes from being in that meditative state that he would teach and preach from day one.
Would he take you back? Would he take you back and say you had a terrible game and it was, the season prior? Would he take you back and say, we're going to watch this game. It was the worst loss we had. It was absolutely embarrassing, for you to kind of see what things you did to improve? Was he that kind of
No.
It was more about fundamentals and improving the game.
Move on. He was very hands-off, right? In the sense of he allowed players to develop. He would allow you to find your truth and then go after it. And he was there to simply guide you along that journey, which I actually learned from him, and that's how I parent. And that's how I coach my daughter's team now. So that's why I say he's a father figure, because I've learned so much from him as a coach that I take as a father, as a husband, and as a coach myself. But he was very observant.
Was he a better one-on-one or one-on-few? Like one-on-one versus one-on-12? Like if I'm having a team meeting and I'm talking to guys to rally them or calm them down, or it's okay strategy, or was he very good one-on-one, just you and him, closed doors?
Yes, great conversationalist, but hated confrontation.
He hated confrontation.
Direct confrontation is not his thing. Doesn't do it. Never did well with it. Had a lot to do with how he grew up and his brother, his siblings, and father, and so forth and so on. Hates direct confrontation, and he knew that about himself. So that's why a lot of his challenges were indirect. He went to the media with things, so he's very indirect. He would never challenge a player directly. He didn't like that. Yeah.
He said one time you guys had a meeting and he sat you down and Shaq down and he says, listen, I know you guys think you're alpha. I'm a bigger alpha than the both of you guys. Did that ever take place?
Not really. No, it was more like, he would say it in film sessions, not with me and Shaq. Like, he never sat me and Shaq down, like him, me, and Shaq.
He never sat
No, God, no. You kidding?
Why wouldn't he, though? Is it the confrontation?
I'm sure it'd be a little terrifying for him.
Got it.
I mean, Phil, have you ever seen Phil walk? I mean, Phil, he's got like one good hip on like the best day of his life. It's like if some shit goes down, he's doing nothing to break that up. So I'm assuming it's a little intimidating. But what he would do is he would do things indirect. And it wasn't about calming the waters. It was about stirring up the waters and creating a storm that eventually would lead this broken ship to the shore it was trying to get to in the first place.
So was he constantly instigating and steering in his own way?
That's what he was doing, man. So, like, if you ever seen the movie Moana, if anybody has kids here, I'm sure you've seen Moana. Right? When she goes out and all of a sudden there's a storm and she loses her mind, thinks everything is lost, and all of a sudden she wakes up and she's right where she was supposed to be, that's Phil.
Wow, that's a great example. Great example. So we're coming on to the last 50 minutes. I got a list of questions that I'm not going to get to, but I do want to ask a couple of these. You're playing against the Golden State Warriors. Score is 107-109. You guys are close to getting into the playoffs. You know exactly what happens in the game. You go up, You're about to take your shot, and then all of a sudden, boom,
Yeah.
Achilles happens, right? Friend of mine, Nima, he is here just to listen to you. He played ball. And he told me, he says, Patrick, I don't think you understand. He says, when I tore my Achilles in high school, he says, 4 friends of mine dragged me to my hospital. I was crying from there straight to the hospital. He says, I have no clue how the hell this guy did it. He went and hit the free throws, and then you walked off the stage,
Yeah.
and then you got the surgery done.
Yeah.
How the hell do you tolerate that kind of pain?
You know, I use this. I tell this example, and I think this is the best way to explain it. You know, you have a hamstring injury. You pull your hamstring really, really badly. You can barely walk, right? Let alone play anything, soccer, basketball, volleyball, whatever it is. Can't do anything. Doctor tells you go home, sit up on the couch, rest your hammy, right? Stay off of it. Don't get up. No sudden movements. You're at home, all of a sudden a fire breaks out in the home, right? Your kids are upstairs, you know, wife is wherever she may be, you know, shit's going down, right? I'm willing to bet that you're gonna forget about your hamstring, you're gonna sprint upstairs, you're gonna grab your kids, you're gonna make sure your wife's good, you're getting out of that house, right? Hamstring be damned. You're not gonna feel your hamstring, right? And the reason is because the lives of your family are more important than the injury of your hamstring. And so when the game is more important than the injury itself, you don't feel that damn injury. Not at that time. Yeah.
So you go to the locker room. You guys had a shot that, you know, to go into the. You guys were a team that no one wanted to face, even though there was conflict. You know, maybe if you would have gone round 1, who knows? Maybe Dwight would have gone together, you know. Who knows what was going to happen?
Sure.
It's just, you were the kind of team that, look, it's just a pain in about to face these guys. We're just hoping you don't make the playoffs, right? I'm sure a lot of people were very happy that you guys didn't make the playoffs that year. But you go into the locker room, and then one of the reporters comes up to you, and he says to you, Kobe, are you convinced that they told you it's probably torn Achilles? They're going to do an MRI. Are you pretty convinced that's what it is? And your answer is yeah. Then one of the reporters says, but if anyone is going to get through this, it's probably you, right? You put your head down and you say, oh man, shit, right? And you have tears in your eyes.
Yeah.
Did you say, oh man, shit, because everybody's expecting me to be invincible, man? Like, freaking let me just play the damn game. I'm a human being. Is that kind of what you were thinking? Or was it like, the world's expect me to come back in the next month because I'm Kobe? Like, what were you thinking in that moment with all that pressure?
I was thinking, like, I don't know if I can do this. Dude,
Wow.
Achilles were like the kiss of death
Yes.
for athletes. Like,
Yes.
I don't know if I can do this. I don't know. There's so many factors. There's the surgery that has to take place. The surgery has to go well, right? And then just, it's a tendon. I'm not dealing with anything that's muscular or things that I can control. I can't control a tendon. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. And then thinking about what that process of recovery is going to look like. It's a long one. Do I want to do that shit? I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know. So that was the hardest part.
You don't know if you want to do it, or you don't know if you are going to be able to come back from it?
Both.
Oh,
like,
both
I don't know
of
if I can do it. I don't know if I want to do it.
Got it.
I mean, it's a long
Yes.
process. But like, when I went in the trainer's room, my kids are in there, and you know they're looking at you and stuff, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, you know, it's all right. Dad's gonna be all right. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. As a parent, you gotta set the example. You gotta set the example. This is another obstacle. This obstacle cannot define me. It's not gonna cripple me. It's not gonna be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm gonna step away on my own terms. And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
You're a freaking beast, bro.
Yeah, hey.
I notice a lot of times you go and you talk about, like, even the example you use right now. If your hamstrings are this, you're down, your wife's upstairs, your kids, you ain't gonna think about it. So did you have a lot of these scenarios where you use your wife and your kids to use as no excuse, I'm gonna get through this? Was that a mental conversation you had that nobody could hear?
Yeah, you gotta lead by example. As parents, you gotta lead by example. If you want your kids to do whatever it is they want to accomplish in life, You have to show them. You can't. You got to show them. And that's what I tried to do.
And you're obviously doing that, man, at a whole different level.
That's right.
Alter ego. Let's do alter ego, and then I want to kind of go into the story side and how you went into the storytelling and you winning in it. Guys, this guy won an Academy Award. He's a basketball player. How the hell does that make any sense, right? Wins a freaking Academy Award, right? So, alter ego. Alter ego. You know, sometimes we are so worried about what other people think about us. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, what if they think I'm crazy? What if they think I'm over obsessive or competitive? And what if this is like, you're too much? This is just not healthy for you to be thinking this way, right?
Yeah.
How did you get your mindset into this alter ego to be comfortable being Black Mamba? Like, how did that happen?
It's a good separation for me, you know, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice or when I'm training or during games, I switch my mind to something else. I switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of Maximus Decimus Meridius in Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt. It's go time, right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You got to put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But when I'm in that cage, bro, don't fucking touch me. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. There used to be certain games, like, for like certain key games. I don't think I've ever said this before. This kind of makes me seem very psychotic, but whatever. I used to play the Halloween theme song over and over and over in my headphones.
Pre-game. Seriously?
Seriously. And it was important that it was Michael Myers because the mask itself was void of emotion. Void of emotion. It has
That's
nothing to do with
psychotic at the
pressure, it has
highest
nothing to
level.
do with hype, has nothing to do with camaraderie. It's stone cold killer. And I would listen to that song over and over and over again. That's when you know you better run because
That's what a lot of people did.
yeah,
It's like coming out. You know,
it's
the
gonna be a
eyes
tough
tell the
night.
story.
Yeah.
So, Kobe, you've probably made in this 50-minute conversation, I don't know, 12 metaphors. So typically people that make metaphors, they're storytellers. To them, everything has to paint a picture. And from the day one, you're talking about you were very curious, right? So when you finished the last game you had, and I'll never forget, we were having a training, by the way, in Dallas, and we finished it. This was 3 years ago. And my sister and I get home. It's 12:30. I was hoping I could catch the game. It's your last game. You're playing Utah.
Yeah.
And I'm standing up the entire time. I'm getting the last 4 minutes, which is the best freaking 4 minutes. And I see you, Shaq, saying, go for 50. And then you're just going. And you're not hitting easy shots. These are not easy shots.
Right.
You hit your last shot. You scored 6. Guys, nobody has ever had a 60-point game to retire with. Like, that has never happened. Like, it's insane for this to happen. You hit your 60-point. I got to say this. My sister's in the room. Kobe, I got tears coming down and watching you when this happens because 20 years I've been following this guy, and I relate to you because in the insurance world, I take a lot of your similarity. You may be in a completely different world. I'm looking at the world here, and it's just like, seeing this guy, he's so freaking determined to say, I came and gave everything I had, and I'm going to give it till the last freaking second. That's what you did. But then you leave, and you're like, no, it's good. I'm cool. You tell your story. You give your message. Everybody's flipping out. You're like, no, Kobe's going to come back. No. Kobe, and then you go into your storytelling, all this stuff. How did that disconnect and going into that going? You're still helping out a lot of players. You're always advising Laker. You know, Jeannie calls you. Anybody calls you, you're helping out, no problem. Sure. But how did that adjustment go from there to all of a sudden, man, I got to go tell stories? Yeah. How did that happen?
Because I love it. So, you know, it started for me again in high school when I started learning about storytelling, writing, how to structure a story, how to put together, how to thread together a narrative that has a bigger message, how to create compelling characters, how to take some of the emotions from my own journey and instill them into characters that inspire or teach the next generation. Therefore, they can avoid some of the pitfalls and landmines that I had to go through. Right? That's something I'm extremely passionate about. So I loved it. So it wasn't a matter of, man, I gotta put this aside. I gotta move on to something else. I was excited. So, man, I can't wait to get started. I can't wait to move on and do something else. And everybody kept saying, man, like, My wife asked me one time, we were filling out a form for school, and it said, all right, father, occupation. And she's like, what am I supposed to put down? You know, I don't know, storyteller. You want me to write storyteller on your kid's form?
Wow.
He goes, yeah, I guess. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Because, dude, really? I said, all right, fine, just put producer. I don't know, right? But during that year, everybody kept coming up to me and saying, okay, you're going to have stages of grief when you retire. You're going to go into a state of depression when you retire. And those are all normal and all this other stuff. And I'm like, dude, I'm fine. Yes, of course you would say that. I said that too. I'm like, dude, fuck, man. And so after a while, I just started listening, like, oh, yeah. And, you know, and then my competitiveness inside was like, no, I'm going to do something in the next 20 years that is better than these last 20. You might not understand that. I'm doing that, you know? So the competitiveness kicks in.
You've gone. Same determination. What's your current work schedule look like today?
It's different because I personally am not writing every word of the novels. I am not animating the films. What I have to do now is make sure that the people that we bring in, these obsessives that we bring in, are challenging themselves to do the best job that they think they can do. That's what I'm there for, is for them to constantly look in the mirror and self-assess and challenge themselves. If we have a project and you're saying, okay, I can do that, that's not the project we want. The projects that say, I don't know if I can animate that. I don't know how to write that story. I don't know how to do that. Those are the things we want, because through that curiosity, you'll reach a level that you didn't think was possible. Mm-hmm. And so running the studio, that's what I'm doing.
Are you a big movie guy?
You're huge.
Okay, so how do you watch movies? Like, you know, my experience is people watch movies in many different ways. Not everybody watches movies the same way. When you're watching movies, how are you watching a movie?
I watch them multiple times, and I wear different hats every time. So the first time I watch it just as a fan for pure entertainment value. Then I watch it from the director's lens and see why he made some of the decisions, or she made some of the decisions that she made for the film. Mm-hmm. And then I look at the lighting.
Lighting?
Oh, yeah.
Like
lighting's extremely important.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Then
I listen to the music. And then you can challenge yourself by really understanding the director's point of view if you watch a film without music and without sound. Then you can actually see the film for what it is. So I watch it at different stages.
I mean, obviously, Academy Awards that you won, the gentleman you hired for the sound, wasn't it John?
John Williams.
John
Williams,
did the music,
right?
And John Williams is like the GOAT in his world.
Bro, he's the modern day Beethoven.
Yeah.
And this guy's composed any song right now that you can remember from a film, he's done. Superman theme, did that. Indiana Jones, did that. Jaws, did that. Harry Potter, did that. The Olympics theme, did that too. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And, you know, he's like 85 years old.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's
he's
pure passion.
doing the new Star Wars film now. Oh, Star Wars too, that part. He did that one too. Yeah.
So when you say recruiting and putting your team together with your projects today, who are you recruiting? Like, you know, if you're putting a basketball team together, you need a GM, president, you know, trainers, all this stuff, assistant, good coach. What do you need right now when you put?
Like, for example, right now, I'm building out an animation house, right? So you got to start with the head of the snake. You got to look at the person that's better understands the type of animation that you want to create. And they have to be obsessives, have to have a knowledge base, a historical knowledge base, because I love people that understand the history of their industry, ins and outs of it all. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then you bring that person into the picture, and then you allow them to do what you brought them in to do.
So you leave them alone, kind of like Phil left you guys alone to do.
I'm not going to hire you to tell you how to do your job.
Got it. So recruiting, obviously in the league, you were known as a great recruiter. So what is your recruiting approach? So if you're sitting down with me, I'm somebody you really want me on the team. What's your approach to recruit me?
You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else.
This is too much fun here. Final thoughts, man. What are we going to see with Kobe next 20 years? What other projects you got in mind that you're working on right now?
The biggest challenge for us is looking at the entertainment industry and how to diversify it, particularly in animation, but also in writing and young YA novels, middle grade novels, how to create more diverse characters, how do we have better representation, how do we create better opportunities, not just ethnicity, but also gender diversity. I have 4 girls, right? So my mission is to make sure women have opportunities that they haven't been afforded. And that is I'm the father of 4 girls. So that is my next obsession, is how do we lead that charge from the front? How do we take an animation industry that lacks in diversity, substantially lacks in diversity? How do we take some of those old animation techniques and teach a whole new generation of animators to come in and create films that inspire the world? And we're getting after it.
I think everybody knows crystal clear Kobe's going to get whatever Kobe wants. That's crystal clear, man. Brother, appreciate you for coming out, man. Truly, this has been a blast. Make some noise. Kobe Bryant.
Thank you.
I got a gift for you, man. I want to give you a gift. Hang tight. Let me give you this gift.
All right.
Let me give you this gift. You have it. So first one I'm going to give you is this. This is something that you represent, and we have to go get your size. And it's just saying that post-game, you are now an entrepreneur. So we're giving you a shirt that says, I'm an entrepreneur.
Word.
Okay, that's yours.
Word.
Okay.
Word.
And next one,
Word.
You said script. So we went and got a Star Wars Force Awakens script signed by J.J. Abrams, brother, because
my
you know
man.
that's the next phase.
Oh, that's amazing.
Career. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, man.
Thank
Truly,
you.
man. Thank you for coming on.
Thank
It's been
you.
a blast.
Thank you.
Everybody make those. Kobe Bryant.
Thank you.
I love it. Oh, man.
Love, man. Love.
Who are your 4 Mount Rushmore comedians?
You have to see yourself, what's the greats, to be the great. When did I do Grown Little Man? That was when I was at my brokest point, when I did Grown Little Man. Keep your circle tight. Make sure that's a bubble that can't be popped. Whoever these people are, go with those people. You guys should understand each other inside and out. This was a good time. This was honestly a good time.
So there are a lot of great comedians out there, many of them. Many of them that I like, I watch, but there's only one that has nearly 150 million people following him on social media, okay? And by the way, only a handful of countries have 150 million population. This man could be a country by himself. Only guy in the comedy world that's filled up football stadiums. Football stadiums. We've heard, you know, basketball and some, but football stadiums. And Forbes, 2016 earnings, I think it's 87.5 million. Some other number is 69 million, I think 2017.
Nice.
And he says recently in a podcast, I think on Variety, that he wants to be a business mogul. He already is a business. His name is a business already, but he wants to be a billionaire by 45 years old.
Very
Kevin,
true.
brother, it's
How
good to
are
be
you,
with
man?
you here today.
How you doing? Great intro.
I'm doing very good.
Ignore the financial numbers.
You can tweet him for a loan at Kevin Hart, and he will not reply, by the way, just so you know, disclaimer. Okay, so Kevin, first of all, we're excited about having you in August in Vegas. That's going to be a blast.
I can't wait, man.
That's going to be a lot of
can't
fun.
wait.
I got a lot of questions to get into. Some part of it's going to be business, some it's going to be comedy, you know, some's going to be personal life and how you discipline yourself. But let's start off with the first one. When did you know you were funny?
When did I know it was funny?
When did you know you were funny?
For real funny, at my banquet for my swim team. I swim for a team called PDR, Philadelphia Department of Recreation.
You were a swimmer?
I was a swimmer. Till this day, I'm an amazing swimmer.
Really?
I am, but I didn't like it because my mom made me do it. That was her way to keep me off the streets. So swimming takes up all your time. You got practice before school, long practices after school. You're
And the practice, you are beat afterwards. You're sleeping.
Too tired to want to do anything. So I was pretty much an underachiever because I did whatever I had to do just to get by in swimming. So at our banquet, all of the people on the swim team were getting amazing awards, scholarships. It's just unbelievable what these people accomplish in the sport of swimming. And I think I got like a participant award, which was nothing, which was like.
How old are you at this time?
This is my last, this is 16. This is 16, yeah. This is my last year. So my class, like my swim class, they're all going off to college. Everybody's excited. Oh my God. USC, University of Maryland, Villanova, Penn State, name it. They're going everywhere. And I got a participant award. And, you know, we all had to give speeches. And I just gave a speech on being an underachiever and like just how I know I'm not good and you guys don't have to like just give me fake pats on the back when we leave. You all know that I'm not at the level of everybody else, but I did it with such a sense of humor where the room was dying.
How big's the audience?
Oh man, it may have been 70 people at the banquet, 70, 75
Got it.
people. And without realizing it then, it was like a comedy set. I had a beginning, middle, and end to a speech that I didn't even write down. I was just personable. I got up and talked and winged it. And when I got off, people were clapping, and after the banquet, everybody was just saying the same thing. Your son is so funny, he's so funny, he's so personable, we love him, we're gonna miss you. But the word personable, the word funny was used so much, and I think that's the day when it really clicked. I've always been funny, but that's the day when it really clicked.
That this could actually be, you're entertaining others.
It wasn't, this is going to be my career of choice, because I didn't know at the time.
Oh, so this isn't a dream. So you are not grown, you know, I'm gonna grow up and one day, you know, I'm watching all these other guys.
No, I wish I could sit here and lie to you and say that was the case. I'm a late bloomer in understanding what hard work brings. It's something that my mom beat down my throat, and because of the way she did it, I didn't want to comprehend it. When I had no choice but to understand it, I got lucky by having something I love to put along the same lines with the message that she was giving.
Got it.
School wasn't what I wanted to do, which is why I never got my all.
So who were you in high school? If
High
I'm in high
school.
school with you, who's Kevin Hart in high school?
Funniest guy in school.
Is that
Probably
on the
the most
yearbook? Were
popular-
you the funniest guy?
Funniest guy. Class clown, most popular kid in school.
How big's the school?
I went to a big school. I went to school, George Washington High School, Northeast, huge school. I liked the fact that it was diverse. Where I grew up in Philadelphia, we didn't have other races of people around us. You know, I mean, it was blacks in my neighborhood, black people. On this side of the tracks, I think we had some Puerto Rican people that we may have been cool with, but it was a minority-driven neighborhood. Going to the Northeast, my first time really interacting with white people on a regular basis.
This is the first time?
In high school.
Now-
well,
now-
she sent me out there for middle school too, so my last years in middle school
Got it.
and high school.
Was it 9 through 12? Was it 10 through 12?
It was 9th through 12th, but I went to middle school 7th and 8th.
Got it.
But what that did, it helped me become the people person that I am today. I was always a guy that was in a mixture of races.
Wow,
where
that's so amazing you're
it's
saying
so-
that.
Oh, it's the truth.
That is amazing. So
And
I grew
that's
up in
one thing that I really appreciate that my mom did.
the fact that she put you in an environment like
Yes.
this. So I
Yes.
grew up in Glendale. If you've been to Glendale, it's 90% Armenian. They're all Middle Eastern. You go, you know,
Yes.
everybody there's Middle Eastern.
Yes.
So I go to the Army. When I go into the Army and I go to Kentucky, no one's Middle Eastern.
Nobody.
I had to learn very quickly how to work with different. That kind of helps you in business. Obviously, this has helped you with your career because your
100%.
audience is very diverse. You talked about your mom. You reference her a lot.
A lot.
You give her a lot of credit for what she's done and how we raised you, all these other things. What were some things your mom did to you specifically that helped you become who you are today?
My mom was very hard on me. And the reason why is because I think she saw the mistakes that she made with my brother. You know, my brother was he was a loose cannon. My brother, he didn't have a tight leash on him. He'd come and go as he pleased, curfew was later, and because of that, she saw the road that he went down. You know, my brother went down very bad road, getting locked up at a young age, you know, selling drugs.
What's the age difference?
Me and my brother 8 years apart.
Got it.
8 years apart. And with me, I think it was more of a panic of I'm not going to allow this to happen again.
And it's typically the other way around, by the way. Typically, parents
Yes.
are easier on the younger than they are on the older.
And I've heard that. I've definitely heard that, but in my case, it was not. Had to be home at 6 o'clock. I mean, I rarely saw nighttime in my teenage years, and especially with being outside amongst friends, it was always doing something constructive with my time. So she never let me waste time in a day. If I had time, that time was either spent during practice, studying, or preparing for something that was to come. My downtime came on a weekend where everything else was done, and my Saturday was spent watching cartoons, or I was in the gym with her while she was at the gym working out.
What were your cartoons, by the way? Just a side note, just curious to know what you
I
watched.
was a big Bugs Bunny guy, heavy Tom and Jerry.
Heavy Tom and Jerry.
Heavy.
That's old school, though.
Flintstones.
Wow.
Well, I'm getting older. I'm 38 now, so
Yeah,
we got
we're a year
my
apart,
stuff
man.
my stuff is back there a little bit.
Tom and Jerry, Flintstones.
Those are my picks of poison.
Cool. Sounds good. So okay. So now mom's disciplined. She's keeping you positively distracted, all the positive distractions in your life. And then later on when you're getting to a point when you're kind of figuring out, because your story with your mom is a complete opposite story with your father, right? Can you talk a little bit about your experience with your dad?
We got two different roads. Can I make it right or left? I had a choice to make a left at one point in time in my life. You know, my mom and my dad were together, didn't stay together, didn't work out. My dad was a loose cannon, on drugs, off drugs, in jail, out of jail.
You witnessed all of this.
I didn't know.
Got it.
I was younger, so the secret was kept from me. But everybody else except me knew.
Your older brother knew.
My older brother knew.
8 years.
Everybody else knew. When you're blind to the reality of what your environment is, you know, sometimes people let you touch a hot stove so you can go, ooh, that's hot. So my mom at one point were like, you know what? Go with your father. You're always saying that you want to go with your dad, go. And I got an opportunity to go with my dad. And this isn't to say that my dad, you know, didn't care about
Because
me.
you were yearning. You were curious for it?
I wanted to go. I'm out of here.
Got it.
You
Yeah.
strict. You don't let me do nothing. I'm going to go with dad. My dad, the complete opposite.
How old were you at that time when you were saying this to mom?
I'm probably 12.
So that young, and
11,
mom
12.
says go to dad.
Well, at this point, she wanted to prove a point. Go.
Good for her for having the emotion.
Go. You want to do it? Go.
Wow.
Because my brother was in the army at the time, so it's just me and my mom. So we butting heads. You know, we're butting. I'm actually 13, 14 because my brother was in the army. We're just at it every day. And my thing was, you're not getting me. You're not letting me grow up. Let me go with dad. You know, my dad was the complete opposite. My dad didn't have no rules. Go. What you want to go? I see when you get back. Go. Dad, my friend's going. Go ahead. You don't ask no questions or nothing. And you get there and you realize it's not supposed to be like this. Like
even at that time,
even at that time, a light bulb went on. Like, hey, I'm supposed to have some kind of guidance around here, right? Like there's no rules at all, Dad. Do it, man. Go ahead. Hey, don't forget you got school. What? You ain't making sure? It was that level of comfort. It was that level of, I guess, not understanding the real role of a parent at that time. And he had a lot of stuff going on. And that's when I had to make the conscious decision to say, Mom, I was wrong. I want to come back. And to come back, it was understanding that you're going to go through my rules and it's going to be my way.
Even higher standards.
It's something I had to deal with. But I had to make that decision to say, okay, I had to eat that humble pie.
How long did you live with your pops during that time?
Man, it may have lasted 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. I was back home. 3 days. I'm not dealing with this shit. I got to go. I got to go, man. I got to go. Too many people in the house. I don't know none of these people. People coming in and out. Just wasn't.
Wow.
It wasn't what I was used to. It wasn't my comfort zone.
So then you come back and then, you obviously, your mom sets the expectation, you have to respond to it.
Didn't have no more problems from
Got
it.
it. Okay, so now let's fast forward. Let's fast forward after school. You're out of school, you're not in high school anymore. I think you had a stint selling shoes. Were you a salesman?
Shoe salesman.
I can see you being a ridiculous shoe
Tell you
salesman.
anything you want to know, man. Break a shoe down. What you got?
Now, you were selling
Super Nate?
Nike or were you selling ladies' shoes or were you selling?
Sneakers. City Sports Philadelphia. Subinate and Pronate. You want to shoot polyurethane, condensed EVA?
Wow.
What's your foot?
How long did you
4
sell?
foot? What kind of protection you need in your foot?
All
I
of
can
it.
tell you anything. Name it. I can tell you anything.
How long did you sell for?
I was at City Sports for about 2 years.
Got it. So it's a good enough time. I mean,
Year and a half, 2 years.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when did you? So you know when you gave that one message, 70 kids are in the room, 70 people are in the room. Oh my gosh, your kid's so funny. You know, they're saying that to your mom, and your peers are around. All these other guys are getting the scholarships. You're getting a participation award. Maybe I can go make people laugh. Did somebody tell you, Kevin, why don't you go give comedy a shot? You know, or was it mom, or did you say, you know what, I'm gonna go do stand-up comedy?
It wasn't my mom. It was somebody from my job where I worked at City Sports. Somebody was like, yo, man, you have us laughing every day. Like, literally, every day at work is a fun day because of you. You come here, you just delivering jokes nonstop. Why don't you do comedy? Because where we worked at, there was a comedy club around the corner called the Laugh House.
Do you still keep in contact with that person that told you, or?
No, from work, no. But we were good friends. It's Allison. If I seen her, it would be like I never stopped seeing her. We would pick up right where we left off. I mean, those were all great relationships.
It's amazing how somebody that's not in your life gives you that.
Yeah, you just because you lose contact, it doesn't mean you lost contact.
Yeah.
You know, you can see a person and pick up right where you left off. Those relationships that I had at that job, it was that. Those people definitely help with the push. They help with the jump start to me understanding how to go about doing comedy. It's
And you
something
were
that was a
19,
thought.
20 at the time?
18, 19. It was a thought. I just didn't know how to do it.
Yeah.
I didn't know where to go. So when somebody said comedy club, yeah, I want to go. Yeah, I'm right. All right, let's do it. It wasn't even a fight. I just didn't know it existed. I didn't know.
And it was a comedy club down the street from you.
It was right around the corner.
So the barber that cuts my hair, I'm gonna tell you what he tells me. So I said, listen, he's cut my hair 2 days ago. I said, Michael, I'm gonna be with Kevin Hart. He says, no. I said, yeah, Michael Rapatoni. Michael, if you're watching this, I'm giving you a shout out right now. Michael Rapatoni, he's one of these guys that was a former boxer with enough story. There's a reason why he's a barber.
He's the
got
best.
Great stories,
The
right?
best stories ever.
And he cuts my hair for 45 minutes. It's not one of those 5 minutes. He's just talking to the entire time. So he says, you know, I'm from Philadelphia. I say, I know you're from Philadelphia, but what does that have to do with Kevin? I know Kevin's also Philadelphia. He says, Pat, there was a time that Kevin used to go to this club called Helium. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know Helium.
Yeah.
He says he
It's
would
a
go
comedy
to
club.
Helium, and they had amateur night in the late 90s. He says, what I was blown away by Kevin on amateur night at Helium is he kicked everybody's tail, and every night, because he would go watch you every single night, he said every night he would bring something new. You would say, how does he come up with all this stuff? Is
He's
what he was telling
talking
me.
about, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what he's doing, and there's a high level of truth to it. Helium Comedy Club is a comedy club in Philadelphia, but he's referring to the Laugh House. Helium Comedy Club came after the Laugh House was like going through their problems. Helium Comedy Club came, and they just, an amazing comedy club, ran professionally, just gave a new look to comedy in Philadelphia. But what he's talking about with the amateur nights, every week, the amateur nights were held on Thursday.
At Helium, or this is
At the Laugh House.
Got it.
But the winner got $75. I won the competition for about 6 to 8 weeks. I was
That's what
winning.
he was saying.
I was winning the competition. It was all amateurs, and I was winning. But the reason why, I would make sure after each one, I said, I don't want to go back and say the same stuff. So the week leading up to it would be me trying to create whatever my new jokes were. And of course, it's the beginning, so they're green, they're hacky jokes. It's nothing great, it's no brilliant material. But my energy used to be nuts. I would come on stage.
Nuts more than today.
Oh my God, I would run from the back. I remember they would, my name was Lil Kev the Bastard.
Yeah.
And they would say, give it up for Little Kev the Bastard. And I would just run through the doors, and I would grab the stool, and what's up, man? I was talking a mile a minute. You couldn't, because I was so pumped up. But at the time, I wasn't Kevin Hart. I wasn't being myself. I was being a version of what I thought I should be to get laughs. And that version of me was getting laughs, but it was a character. So it wasn't until I started to figure out that I didn't have to be a character that I got really funny. I was situational funny. You ever bump your foot, and after you bump your foot, grab it, and you go, man, I can't stand this and that, look at my foot. It was, you ever see the way you look at your hand when you wipe your butt? It was stupid stuff. It was nothing crazy, it was stupid stuff. You ever drinking? And when you drink something, you fall and you look at your lip, and you like, bud, look at my lip. Those were the jokes. It was like, what? But my energy was so,
is what gave it away.
The energy was so crazy.
He says, Pat, here's the only thing. One day I show up. He says, I was such a loyal face. He says, one day I show up, how come he's not here anymore? He says, then I found out he was so good that he got the attention of people in New York, apparently. And he says he started going to New York.
He's very well versed.
Yeah,
yes.
so he followed it very closely.
And the crazy thing is, I got out of Philadelphia because I was seeing the same people.
Your reach wasn't a big reach.
I was like, well, it's not that. I was seeing the same people, the same comedians, the same audience people every week.
Wouldn't you see the same if you went somewhere else, though?
But that's the thing, I didn't know.
Got it.
I wasn't content with not knowing. I was like, it has to be more. What's the next?
Kevin, is this late 90s?
This is late 90s.
So you're 21, 22 years old.
This is late 90s. This is 98, 99.
Yeah.
And I met a guy named Keith Robinson, who's an unbelievable mentor to me. And this is the guy who was telling me, just like, man, you got to start talking about more. You got to start talking about yourself. He said, I want you to come with me to New York. I didn't know the guy from this piece of paper on the table, but when he said, you got to come with me to New York, I jumped at it because I was like, is more comedy in New York? I'm going. I want to see it. I was so eager to see what else was out there. And when I saw that, when he opened up that door and I got to look behind it and I saw what was there, 12, 13 comedy clubs in New York. I got to see comedians on stage, all races.
Well, New York is New York.
Oh my God, all races, shapes, sizes. I got bit.
Was that it?
That was when it was over. That was the addiction at the highest level. When
he took you the first time you went up on stage in New York?
When he took me, I didn't even go on stage. I just saw.
Which one? What club was it? The first one in
Comedy
New York
Cellar.
you went to?
He took me to the Comedy Cellar.
And who did you hear? Do you remember the names of
I'll
people?
tell you exactly who I saw and who walked in, and I was mind blown. Jerry Seinfeld, Ray Romano came on the same night.
Wow.
And I was like, you know, this is when their TV shows are at the height of their shows. Colin Quinn, George Wallace was there. This is Patrice O'Neill in his prime. This is Rich Voss in his prime. Bill Burr. This is Tracy Morgan in his prime. Young Chris Rock. This is, when I tell you, this is me, because the Cellar, you got to think, this is when SNL was real big for a lot of these guys, and they were going back and forth. Colin Quinn had Weekend Update. This is where they would go. This is where everybody was honing their material. So before I got on stage, I was sitting in the comedy club and just watching the greats. Damon Wayans came in one night and had a piece of paper and was just working on some material.
Gods during that time.
And I'm literally just looking. Nobody knew me. I'm the dirty kid.
Nobody
in the back.
knows you.
No, I'm a little dirty kid that nobody knows what he does. But Keith Robinson took a liking to me, and he was educating me.
Did Keith know all those guys?
Keith was in. Keith is a comedy legend. Wanda Sykes, myself, Rock, we all are students of the Keith Robinson camp. I mean, there's so many comedians that he helped breed and mold into what they are today. And my understanding for comedy and the way that jokes should be told, the way the story should be vetted out, the way that the set has a beginning, middle, and ending that comes from Keith.
He gave you the system.
He 100%
Would he sit there with you and say, Kevin, here's how you come out with a joke?
Absolutely not.
He wouldn't. So
No.
that part's on you.
No, do your work, dummy. That's what you say. That's your
Got it.
job. I'm telling you what you're not doing.
Got
It's
it.
my job to tell you what you're not doing. It's your job to figure out how to do it. So I would get off stage. This is what he did to me one night. This is the best lesson he ever gave. On stage, and I kill. You ever get up on a bus and king? It's a bunch of that. Just a bunch of nonsense. Hey, you ever look at somebody and be like, what? It's nothing. He says, I want you to see something. I stand next to him, and like 5 people are walking out. And he says, do you enjoy the show? And they're like, yeah. And like, you were so funny. And he says, what's his name? What about you? You know his name? Oh, wait, you were the third guy.
not doing
You
this
were number 4. You were 4. You were number 4. Nobody knew my name. He said, you know why they don't know your name? You don't say who you are. He said, do you have kids? Do you not have kids? You got a mother, a father, a brother, a sister?
Tell a story.
Who are you?
Wow.
He says, nobody knows anything about you. All they know is that you were funny. Everybody that comes through here is funny. Only the special ones make it much further than this because people feel like they know them. They invest in them in their careers. So then he started making me watch the greats. When you start to watch the quote unquote greats,
Live.
they talk about themselves. Everybody's there talking about themselves, their experiences, their opinion, their feeling or effect from said thing 1, 2, or 3.
Yep. How immediately did you make your adjustment?
Well, it wasn't fast. You try, but then you struggle. You struggle with the change because I'm so comfortable with my
style.
You ever see? Don't you hate when, man, I can't stand. Black people do this, but white people do this. I'm so comfortable doing that. As soon as I had to change it and start saying, "Hey, I'm Kevin Hart," I'm not confident in Kevin Hart because I don't think Kevin Hart's funny. I think this guy with all this energy is funny. It was a mental thing. So I had to tap out of that and tap into the real me and put the character to the side.
How soon did you get up and perform yourself after that? So he takes
I was
you up
going
there?
back and forth to New York for about 7 months to a year before I got on stage in New York.
You're kidding me.
No.
So 7 months to a year, you're
Growing
only
up,
performing at the Helium
I'm doing
and
there and a couple little spots in New York. There's a couple little
Nothing
spots.
big yet.
Nothing big. Nothing big.
And during this time, have you built any relationship with
The
any of these
comedians
guys?
now
Tracy?
know me. They
Okay.
all know me, and everybody's cordial and nice to me. And that the reason for going back and forth from Philadelphia to New York,
Yep.
I had to make them think I lived in New York. That's the only way you're going to get spots. They have to be able to rely on you and think that you're going to make the time.
So the first time you got it, when was it and what was it?
First time I got on
Where was it?
stage, I got an audition. I got my first one at Caroline's, and I got over. It was like, I say like 8 months probably I was going up there. Past Caroline's, Caroline started booking me a couple spots during the week. They don't pay, they give you food, like they call food spots, until you become a weekend comedian. Then you get like $50 a spot in New York. The Comedy Cellar, then that got up there, and the Comedy Cellar passed me food spots again. Stand Up New York, I think give you like $5 a spot. Weekends the same, $25 to $50. But it was a slow grind. But then when you get in all of them, you got to think in New York you're doing 7 to 8 spots on a weekend. So if you're getting $50 a spot, and you're doing 6 to 7 to 8 spots on
So you're making
Friday,
$300 to $400
Saturday,
bucks.
Sunday, you got a good weekend. You figure it's 4 weekends in a month, you can pull $2,000, $2,500 in New York, and you can survive. You can support yourself. And during the week, the goal would be to book colleges or other shows elsewhere, and then come and do that on the weekend. Colleges.
You were performing at colleges?
Performing at colleges, man. Had a
What-
college agent. That's how I was staying afloat. My college agent is here in Chicago, Bass Shula Entertainment.
So when you say college, like college, am I going to the auditorium and performing in the auditorium? or-
Colleges, wherever they put you. Sometimes you'll be in an auditorium, sometimes you'll be in a lunchroom, sometimes you'll be in like a created atmosphere. It could be like their lounge space, and they just put a microphone in.
Wow.
Colleges have a certain amount of money that they have to spend a year on entertainment.
So
that goes to music and comedians or whatever.
One of the things we forget about is there is no social media at the time.
No.
So you have to
Hustling.
go hustle to get up. Nowadays, somebody can put up one video, 60 million views,
Here's my
everybody knows
headshot.
it.
Here's my headshot. That's my
And
number.
that's the hustle.
And here's my tape.
Wow.
My number's in there if you want to call. That's my tape. Please watch the tape.
So who's the first name that saw you perform that said, dude, you're the real deal? Like, who was the first person that came and said, this guy's somebody? This guy's
Dave Attell. Dave Attell, smart comedian, very funny. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. If you're not, educate yourself on Dave Chappelle. You would love him.
Chappelle.
Dave Attell.
Attell. Okay.
Very, very funny guy. He had a show on Comedy Central called Insomniacs for a long time.
Okay.
He saw me perform and was blown away by my performance. And he called his manager, who is Dave Becky, who is now my manager, and said, you gotta see this guy. Dave Becky reached out to me, came to see me, and in coming to see me, expressed that he would love to work with me. He was a manager. He deals with some of the biggest and best names in the business today. But he said, look, he doesn't do the contracts and try to have people sign their life away. He works on a handshake basis. He said, if you're willing to work, I'm willing to help you. Told him I was willing to work. He said he was willing to help, shook hands. He came, watched me perform, put me in other comedy clubs, got me in other spots. I started to get better, sharper, faster. And I got into what's called the Montreal Comedy Festival. And he made me turn it down. He's like, we're not ready. He said, they want you to go, you're a new face, and it'll be great. But if we wait one more year, we'll go and we'll be the talk of the town. Trust me, let's wait. I said, I'm gonna listen to you, my manager. Everything this man has said has never not worked. And because of that, he's been my manager for 15, 16 plus years.
Wow, till
So
today.
Dave Attell gets the nod of the discovery of, oh my God, this guy's great.
Handshake.
Come here, come meet this guy.
Game over.
Handshake, yep.
So first big hit. What's the first big hit for you?
My first big hit.
You're still not on TV. Kevin's still not on TV. What's the big hit? Biggest audience, biggest platform, biggest place you perform, where
The
you actually were
biggest-
nervous about it. Like, I got to really come through and see if I can deliver
I would
here.
say it would come from this event called NACA, which is where I got my college agents. Okay, this is what my college agents has set me up for. So Baz Schuler, who
The
I
ones that's
signed
out of
with,
Chicago.
yes.
Yep.
The whole thing with getting a college agent as a comedian, this is how you're going to survive. Colleges pay you 1,000, 500, 700, but they can block book you. You can do 7 colleges in a week. You can do 2 in one day, another in the next city. They'll put you in like a run where you go from city to city to city. You'll come out with $5,000, $6,000. That's in a week. Oh my God, you get 2 good weeks. This is great money. You talking 12, 13 grand. A 22-year-old comedian. I'm rich if I can book one of these. You gotta get an agent. You gotta get in the NACA. How do you get in the NACA? Well, you gotta make a tape. Tape's gotta be 7 minutes, gotta be clean. No cursing. How am I make a tape? Gotta figure it out. Had to go to a comedy club, had to get a comedy club to let me do a tape at the comedy club. Had to get the tape edited. Where am I
It has to
finding
be a
editor?
live tape, like a
Gotta
live
be a
performance?
live performance.
Got it.
You gotta get it edited. Who gonna edit it? I don't know. Gotta figure it out. From who? Who? Where? What? Huh? Go figure it out, stupid. You're grown. Ask questions. That's what Keith would tell me. Maybe do it all on my own. Get it edited. Okay. Now that you gotta edit it, you gotta get headshots. Now that I got headshots, now you gotta package it up. You gotta go send it out. Each package that you send out, you gotta send it to all of the different conferences. I think it was like $55 or $70 per conference that you have to send your thing in with. So you gotta have a check with all of them. So to send out your headshots, your tape, everything, it would cost you like $350. I don't have that type of money to go
It's a lot
away.
of money at that time.
Figure it out, stupid. Get it. It's worth it. I got it. Sent out all my packages from Baz Schuler. Baz Schuler said, we got in. We got you in the NACA. It's the biggest conference ever. Every school under the sun comes here.
This is 2000, 2001?
This is 2002.
Got it.
2002.
It's amazing. That's only 16 years ago.
2002. I'll never forget NACA. 2002. The biggest conference. Name a college, they're there. You perform. After you perform, you go to a booth. The colleges are walking around and they come up to the different comedians' booths and they book you on the spot. We want you for this date, this date. If you don't be bad, you're gonna get a lot of dates. If you're bad, you're gonna come out there with no dates. It's pressure like no pressure before. I'm next to go on stage. The comedian before me bombs the bombing of life. I mean, it's bad. I mean, nobody's laughing.
Do you know who it is?
Yes, I know the comedian.
Okay.
I mean, nobody's laughing. It's quiet, and this wasn't a rude room. It was very professional. So there are no boos. It was just quiet. Boo me. Let me hear something. Tell me get my ass off the stage. They were just quiet. The comedian goes, well, I guess that means no dates for me. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Politely put the microphone in the stand, walked off. The host comes on. The host is like, all right, let's keep that energy going. His exact words. Let's keep the energy going. Give it up for little Kev. Oh, wait, no. He changed his name. Kevin Hart. This is my intro. Oh, shit. Okay, get it together. I go up there.
Had you changed your name, you're not going by Kevin Hart?
I wasn't
no more Little Kev.
I wasn't Lil Kev. I was
Got
going
it.
by Kevin Hart now. This is per me and my conversation with Keith. My first minute, I was getting them a little loose, I said a joke, whole room laughs. The rest of my set, we were supposed to do 15 minutes. I end up destroying. Standing ovation. I go to my booth. I probably booked 75
Wow,
dates.
so that's it.
75 dates. You know, you
75
add up the
dates.
money. I'm like, my
All right, y'all. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. We will come back to this in a little bit. But in the meantime, I'll take a picture, y'all. But I'll be back. Y'all jump on. Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy. I'll be back today, though.